Let's switch
Yeah.
our StarCraft 1 music on, and yeah, once you get in, we'll get started. It's now 9:17 EST technically. A little late. Let me also go ahead and switch to our splash screen real quick so we can cover the games that we'll be covering today. We have 3 groups we're going to cover. Group 7, from Group 7, we have Group 27, 4 games in that, and then Group 36. Oh yeah, the password's the same as the one that we did yesterday. Fucking beat that keyboard. Hell yeah. Alright.
I don't even hit it that hard. It's just the mic just like picks it up a lot. Like if I, you know, like this is me just like pressing down the keyboard.
Yeah, that's. Are you like? Is your mic like held up to your face? Do you use your chin to press the keyboard? Because it's pretty loud. Like I don't know what causes the keyboard to pick up like that.
Let me just turn on noise.
Ooh.
Because that always seems to cancel out the keyboard. Alright, I'll now smash the spacebar.
Yeah, that's not picking up anything. That's great.
Yeah, noise suppression always seems...
Yeah, so we're going to start off with our Group 7 games. We have Champian, Dada, our resident web app warrior, and
hey, we have Peru. I've played a lot of practice PvPs with Peru.
Okay. So with no further
and if I'm not mistaken, Dada is Protoss, right?
I'm not sure.
I think he is.
I honestly don't. I'm not entirely sure Dada actually plays Brew War.
No, he's Zerg. Okay, he's in chat.
All right. I thought Dada was just a rogue programmer that the CPL staff like tempted into coming and building our website, or their website rather. But without any further ado, we're gonna hop into our first game. You may ask which players are in this game, and I honestly don't remember because I loaded this up like 5 minutes ago.
Also, the groups could have all ended in 7, but one is 6. It's 36 instead of 37. Like totally ruined.
Yeah. Well, I was told that there were good ZVZs in 36, and so that's why I picked it.
Oh, cool.
Also, according to Dada, I am getting them confused with Y2Kid, which is the web app developer, which means that all my notes for this cast I'm gonna have to throw out, that I hastily put together 10 minutes ago. But Dada is also very good. No, wait, Dada is our YouTube person. They're doing a great job of making sure all of our old YouTube VODs are getting uploaded, and yeah. It's work like that that makes CPL run well. So we're gonna hop right into the game.
I tried to wave a bunch of papers around for effects, but then noise suppression canceled.
Oh.
that always happens when I try to make a noise, or like sometimes I'll even like make a certain noise with my mouth, and like noise suppression will cancel it, and it's like
shh, shut the fuck up.
It's just.
It's like we're trying to do a bit and it just doesn't work. And with that,
yep.
Let's get into the main show. We're gonna start in this game. It is definitely 2 players, and we'll see what they are when we get into it.
Yeah, it's a surprise even to the casters.
CPL Preseason Group 7. Oh man. And we are starting with Champion in the top right corner as the mustard yellow Protoss tribe.
And in the bottom left corner, in the black, it's Dada 79641, representing the Zerg. He sounds like he's a machine, like that's his like serial number or something.
It's like, who are you? I am Dada 78641.
I mean, you know.
He's come to see. He's an Alpha Star program that is Broodstar. He's coming to learn from the humans. This is his trial run before he starts playing infinite games against himself. All right, Champion with the
you know what?
probe coming out at the correct timing here. So really great thing. Scout on pylon usually.
Also,
Yes.
it's 78641, not 79641. I
Well,
made a
you're
mistake.
you're the one who said
But
that, so that's on you.
yeah, it's just the black font is hard to read. All right.
All right, yeah, that's our excuse. Okay, so Champion Scout's probe on pylon, which technically doesn't actually do that much. This is something I learned when I was in my CPL group, and it basically a higher level Protoss was like never ever scout on pylon because you don't get you waste getting like a couple rounds of minerals. The information that you get like scouting on pylon is like the same as if you get it scouting on forge. And even then, if you scout on forge, you're like that's like an early scout. So yeah, that's just something interesting to note. It's still a lot of lower level players. It's still kind of okay to scout on pylon just because you want to be sure what your opponent is doing, and it's a a bit safer even if it's like a lot less optimized. And in Champion's case, Champion's doing a great job of denying this hatchery being built. Although the probe is getting dangerously low, the spawning pool is up, but it looks like there's not enough larvae there to do a big Zergling run by, and Champion uses that scouting information and goes Nexus first. So that is great reaction there from our Protoss player. Meanwhile, our Zerg player scouted their Overlord in the correct direction, but it will not find anything today. All right.
Correct direction, but it never saw the natural. Like it went. I guess it saw the front of the natural. Actually, no. I guess it saw the front of the natural. So like, if they wall off, but.
You would maybe see, actually, yeah, I don't think you actually would see the pylon or anything there, and you can see the Overlord, like, it was at a bit of the weird angle, so it's just gonna fly into the main.
But, like, here's the argument I could make, is, like, 10-12 is a viable build in, like, PvZ, right? And normally, you would just usually put that on the high ground. So, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a reason not to go straight through the natural and then to the main. And then if there is a wall at the natural, you just turn around, right? Because you know they're there. Or is that not right?
No, that's right. You would basically turn around and park the Overlord above like the Home Depot sign that's on the cliffs there. And
Home Depot sign.
and yeah, like in StarCraft 2, the terminology is like the pervert hole, right?
Oh yeah,
the Overlord
the pervert.
is just the pervert cliff, or
It's usually called the pervert pillar,
right?
Is usually what people call it.
Yeah, and you
or
the Overlord. Yeah.
Or just the Overlord pod.
It's the pervert pillar. Overlord's creeping on the opponent's base. So with the cannon up, and Dada really isn't going for that heavy Zergling like pressure, so Champion can just get away with having one cannon up at the natural. They're getting a +1 attack pretty fast. Cybernetics core coming up, so yeah. Champion, I believe, was like tier 3 last season. They were playing for the flying SCVs, and they were honestly like one of the tier 3 heroes. They did really well.
You think he might be put in tier 2 this season?
I definitely think there's a possibility. But I don't quite remember like all of their entire record. I just know that like Champion got a lot of good wins.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Dada is just macroing heavily, getting a ton of drones, and yeah, and Champion really isn't doing anything. I guess +1, and actually they're getting +1 in Zealous legs, so they're skipping Stargate entirely. And with Dada not having actually gotten the lair yet, that like Champion can't be punished by this, right?
Right.
And so Champion's just going 6 gateway +1 zealot legs. I think they're going for like just gonna be a really heavy +1 timing attack that honestly like might be enough to kill Dada.
7 gate zealot legs with +1. This is very similar to. Never mind.
What?
This many gates, zealot legs, +1 on 2 bases. Looks very similar to a certain RTS. It looks very similar to an SC2 build. I was trying to avoid saying it, but I'm
trying to avoid saying the cursed name in the Brew Warcast.
Yeah, I mention it too often, but like, there's definitely like zealot all-ins where you just go 8 gate +1 charge, and then you just, and it's PvZ build too, where you just all in the Zerg with this many gates.
Yeah. Dada has really good SimCity on the main. Dada's really good SimCity on the main with the Hydra Den and the Hatchery. You'll love to see it, and that's going to make it really hard. Okay, and Sunken Colony's coming up too. So that's going to make it really hard for Champion to get a lot done with these Zealots. Really, the weakest point is usually the third with this kind of timing attack. You can see here that Dada's trying to set up the defenses there.
Thing is, though, Dada's been like super greedy. I mean, he's getting units out now,
and they're supply blocked.
Yeah.
Which is actually like will kill you. Champion, their macro has been exquisite. Okay, this is a great pullback. The first wave of Zealots, they aren't sacrificed on the Hydras. Yeah. They pull back, wait for the second wave to really come in. But Champion doesn't know about the third yet. That's pretty exposed.
I feel like these Hydras are about to die.
Yeah, they absolutely overextended trying to like split the Zealots off into 2 groups. But now we have this group of Zealots killing Hydras over there, and then we have 3 Zealots in the natural tearing through Dada's natural. So it's like the plan was to split the Zealots up and then kill them like one group at a time, but instead what happened is the Zealots split up and they just murdered everything. And so once
sorry, go on.
Once the Hydra Den falls, there's like no way to win this game. Dada's making 12 Zerglings, but the Zealots have +1, so they're in like, you know, Zergling deletion mode. And that is going to be the game, I think. Champion just punished a really greedy Dada, and yeah, like Dada was really greedy, and then that final Overlord supply block at 44 supply was really what hurt them there. They got a good economy, and they played really greedily, but they just didn't spend their money. You see, we're ending the game with like 1k minerals in the bank for Dada, and that has been that was like a consistent mineral bank from them. So yeah, they say that their goal this season is to balance their econ better, and I think that is definitely what caused them to lose there.
Yeah.
All right, let's get our overlay back up so that we can put in our score. Which text box is this one? Okay, Champion with the 1-0 victory over Dada 78641.
Champion living up to his name.
Yeah. He is a tier 3 hero by far, for sure. Our next game is going to be Champion versus Peru in a Protoss versus Protoss, once again on Polypoid. Also, I'm joking, you really don't need to mention all the numbers.
Think about Peru. I think they're a lot better once they get to late game, like in PvP. If it doesn't end on like 2 bases or whatever, the way PvPs sometimes go. But if like the game goes for longer.
Yeah, yeah, PvP is definitely a weird matchup. Oh, and our game is up. Let me switch over so you can.
I'm refreshing. Oh, know what? I'm a dumb. I did a dumb.
What'd you do?
For some reason, I searched up RSL, not CPL.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hop right into this PvP and see if it lasts long enough for Peru's late game abilities to kick in, or if it is a complete clown fiesta with DTs and all our other fun shenanigans. In the top right corner again, we have Champion, this time in the yellow Protoss colors.
Light yellow.
Light yellow Protoss colors.
And in the top left corner, in the green, representing the green... I just said green twice, goddammit. It's Peru. It's the green Protoss Peru.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We have two Protoss. What kind of game are we in for?
I feel like Peru is probably going to go 10-12.
That's
and
a really like mean build too. 10-12 is...
Yeah. Probably gonna go 10-12, and then as like a follow-up, like Forge expand off it, like if you know it goes like to the point where you've got to get your expansion, because that's what Peru usually does, at least against me. Like 10, 12, 10 zealots.
Terran, so
No,
okay.
no, I said we play a lot of PvPs.
Oh,
right? Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, both players scouting on Gateway. So I think that you're probably right. A lot of players, once they get a single build they like, they just grind that build out. And yep, there's the probe in position for the 12. And Peru is also going to get the first scout with their initial scouting probe. So everything is looking in their favor right now. However, Champion also going for the 10-12.
Yep. And Peru gets the first scout though. So Peru knows what's up. Whereas it looks like Champion's gonna last scout unless he like goes cross, but I think they'll probably go to the other main.
Right. So I think what we're gonna look for here is how what our players do to counteract this. Now, there's a lot of ways Peru can try and get an advantage. They can try to get a pylon up in their opponent's base to get a shield battery and just overrun their opponent. But
I think Peru is just gonna get well, with the pylon at the ramp makes me think they're gonna get like their own shield battery, but maybe not. Probably don't need it if you just get the 3 zealots.
Right.
Right.
And I think Champion is also going to get the... Well, actually, Champion is on 1 zealot and has not changed anything out. In fact, they're kind of doing like a 10-12 fake out by getting their cybernetics core. Unfortunately, Peru's probe is going to get into the main and see it, and this kind of can act as a trigger for Peru. Like once the 3 zealots come out, if he wants to, he could try marching across the map and killing Champion.
Although Champion's walking across the map with the zealot anyway, for some reason. This is not going to be...
Well,
and he's getting the 3 zealots. He just delayed his zealots to get the cyber.
Yeah. That favors Champion, I think, right? Because of how the reinforcement timing will work out. I mean, Champion's pretty close to getting Dragoons, and once you start getting, like, Dragoons... Like, you can just have Zealots hold the ramp and build Dragoons to pepper Peru from the high ground.
Yeah, you're right.
I think you only need these 2 Zealots to block the Polypoid ramp, and it looks like that's the case, and Peru... kind of split up, is going to try to bust it, but he's going for DTs. So that is okay. Yep, and they're going to get double on top. So I think Peru is going to bust this and take the game. Unfortunately, he's getting so much, 4 zealots to only 1. Nothing in production from Champion other than 2 lone zealots and a Citadel of Adun. I think Champion has misread this situation completely, and now with zealots hitting the probe of Champion, they are gonna tear through everything and take this game.
The funny thing is, like, Champion had an extra zealot, but it was like out on the map, like in the middle of nowhere. Like, the extra zealot could have helped hold the ramp, and this whole situation probably could have been avoided a little bit, at least.
Yeah, and I feel
Although
like Champion
it did suck
got
that...
the scout. Like, Champion has a probe in the main. They know what's up.
There's a pylon in his main.
Yeah. I think maybe this was going to be something, but it was probably going to be the proxy gateway to make DTs.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Peru might even just get the pile. Oh, never mind.
Okay, well behind this, Peru expands, but their aggression was cleaned up. Champions bring their pros back.
I mean, from what I've seen, this is what Peru always does after the Zealot aggression. He gets the expansion and just makes cannons.
Okay, but if Champion can live long enough to get the Templar archives up, he can get the gateway in the main of Peru and shut this entire main off. But he has to do it quickly before Peru's like buildings finish and he starts getting vision down here.
I mean, it's possible it's possible he just like makes one cannon in the main and then that's it, right?
It is possible. Champion's probe doing an amazing job. Okay, it's just outside of vision. That's insane. Peru coming in for the attack again, but Champion is gonna hold it this time with 3 zealots. And when this gateway finishes, we're going to see a
Archives is almost up.
Yep. Champion screaming in the chat. Can't believe they're getting away with it. Once that DT pops, it completely shuts off the main. There's nothing here for Peru. Like their best chance will be to throw down so many like photon cannons that a single DT can't kill them all in time. But that's going to be very wasteful mineral wise. The DT starts. No way. This can't.
Oh my god.
This can't. Oh, okay. Champion sees it because as the gateway finishes. So there's nothing here to kill the gateway though. He has to start the photon cannon, right? Oh, he's gonna try to break up the ramp again. 3 zealots come out. The DT is just about to finish, and once it does,
you know
this
what?
is
Peru
the end
has
for this base.
vision of it too. Like the bottom gateway had vision of it, unfortunately.
Right, but the DT makes it out. He's gonna head straight for the mineral line. Don't get caught up on the. Oh, he's gonna try to save the gateway. I think that's the wrong call. He's building a shield battery for his pylon, I guess. But the pylon is gonna fall. He's gonna have to start up a new pylon. It's not gonna work. Oh no, the zealot's trying to get out. Where's the cannons? Okay, the single cannon starts, but the DT can make a beeline for it and just go straight into killing it.
Yeah, I think what Peru needs to do, pull everything to the natural, and just like I don't know, make cannons at the natural, and like hope the DT just like.
Right. Okay, the first Dragoon for Peru is out. And now Champion's gonna start moving out. Now Peru has a 6 probe lead here. No, the DT, no. It get.
Almost.
Are you kidding? The photon cannon missed the last shot to kill the DT.
Honestly.
And now there's 2 DTs in the base. This is crazy.
Make a robo at the natural and then make more gates at the natural.
Right. Try to get an observer out to come and kill this, but okay, cannons, more cannons going down in the main. But the DTs are going to just be able to come over and start killing all of them. And, I mean, they're going to be getting kills on these cannons. I don't think these are cancels. Peru just trying to buy as much time as possible. There's a single... Oh, that's
main
a pylon.
Main has no protection, though. Main is the lost cause.
Yeah, the main, you can't hold this. Champion, meanwhile, we haven't even been looking at what Champion is doing. Behind this, they haven't expanded, but they're getting a lot of zealots. If he upgrades speed, that could be very serious. Also, the fact that Peru hasn't come down and tried to finish off this pylon yet. It's so close. A single like Dragoon could take a couple shots, but the shield battery is taken out. Oh no, is a cannon actually? A cannon is a... Oh, the DTs just barely get on top of it. Peru wasn't able to body block in time. And now the zealots are going to come in, and 2 cannons are not enough for 8 zealots to hold against 8 zealots. And when these cannons fall, that is going to be the game
the zealots
for Peru.
I mean, the zealots are going to end it.
Yeah, that is the game, right? The zealots target down the cannons, and the DTs can just run into the natural. Yeah, the probe is trying to get a cannon.
It's unfortunate because, if Peru saw the gateway right away, that it was Peru's game to lose. But
absolutely, this was such a gamble from Champion, and then it paid off. Yeah, that's a great game. Okay.
Yeah,
that's a wonderful game. I can imagine that Peru, you have to feel bad after a game like that, but like honestly tips off the champion for like pulling this off and sticking with it and taking that risk and it paying off. So good games from both of our players. Great early aggression, great like risk-taking gamble on the DT.
Use your points for the lore cast and find out.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. Okay, there's our splash screen. So Champion takes the game 1-0. I'm afraid.
I mean, he's
well, the
won
idea
2
was it
games
would be
now.
like cast the game as if like it's a campaign mission or something, and we're making up the story for what the campaign mission was. That was like the idea, but Dada is playing its Champion again for week 2. Yeah. Sounds hype.
I didn't think you could be put in the same group for the second week.
Apparently you can't. Well, that's a question for our web developer who developed the infernal algorithms that dictate CPL now. Alright, our last game for Group 7 is going to be Dada versus Peru to complete the trifecta 3-way match here. And I just almost started the game. Okay, hold on, let me get this game up. Load it up. Okay, creating game. Let's get into it. And the game is up. Oh my god, I just realized I don't have my overlay just for the CPL. Let's get that up. Alright. Our final PvZ of Group 7. Unfortunately, man, that was a great PvP, but if like Peru or Champion were Terrans, we would have gotten all 3 matchups. So, you know.
Yeah.
Or
I
all
don't
3
know what
non-mirror
Peru...
matches.
Right.
Okay, in the top right corner, win the pink Zerg Brood, we have Dada 78641.
And in the bottom, left corner in the orange, plain Protoss, it's Peru. Or Pepperu.
Peru. If Dada 78641 is so good, why isn't there a Dada 78642?
There probably is. He doesn't. We don't talk about him. Listen, it's like HK47 and HK50. Even though the HK50s are like the improved versions, like HK47 is the best Star Wars character, hands down.
Oh, true. Although
only people who've played Coder will know what I'm talking about.
Although, while that is true, HK50 does deliver the line where he's mocking Corda for being dead is the funniest shit to me.
Yeah.
The Corda, are you dead yet?
I don't remember. It's been too long.
I played way too much of KOTOR 2, like a decade ago or something. It's a fucking.
I ever tell you that I like poured all my points into Persuade on one run trying to get the guy out of the locker?
God, that's funny.
And it's like, oh, you just can't get him out of the locker.
He's just in the locker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like every time I play KOTOR 2, okay, we have our first scouting probe as named by Nablime. This is Lil Pep. This is the you know, it's Pepperu's direct son. This is his actual offspring. It's Lil Pep.
Lil Pep the probe.
Now I'm emotionally invested in Little Pep, And if he does what most lower level scouting probes in PvZ, if he does what they mostly do, I'm gonna be distraught. I won't be able to cast the rest of these games. All right, forge up, kill the drone.
Well, Lil Pep sees the natural.
Lil Pep sees the natural.
Comes into the main. And there aren't any lings out. Actually, there's already a third base reserve going up.
Yeah, he doesn't confirm the spawning pool yet, Lil Pep. No. Get out of there, Lil Pep.
No.
Okay. Okay, we're safe.
Okay, Lil Pep saw the spawning pool, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he knows sort of that it's not like a really crazy game.
Also, I think he saw the third base too. No, he didn't.
Oh yeah, he had to have. He had to have.
Oh yeah.
He has the scouting pattern on it, so. Yeah, gateway coming up, assimilator coming up as well. Double pylon because of a supply block. You hate to see it, but it will let him get into like a cybernetics core. Big probe pull to the natural. Love to see it.
I think there was a bit too many probes because like there's a few unsaturated minerals.
Yeah, I have this problem too where I'm not sure what. If he goes back to mineral, you better keep track of him. Oh no! Wait, which one's Lil Pep? Where's the yellow one? Where's the yellow? Lil Pep? He's mining gas now. We got it. Oh god.
How do you know it's Lil Pep?
Because he's the bravest probe. There's no other probe quite as battle damaged as Lil Pep.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay.
However, it's two Zerglings coming towards the natural.
Lil Pep's put on. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm too invested. So these two Zerglings, they're mostly just to keep the Protoss honest, to keep like it's to keep the threat of Zerglings alive, right?
Yeah.
We saw this in the other game where Dada doesn't really make more Zerglings. Well, he's making a couple more Zerglings past these first two, but he's going straight to lair. So I think we, okay, no, Hydra Den started halfway as the lair, so this is going to be some sort of Hydralisk bust. The second probe moving out, it's like the less cool. You know the meme where it's like Daniel and the cooler Daniel. It's like this is like the less cool Lil Pep. He doesn't deserve a name.
I actually do not know the meme of the Daniel and the less cooler Daniel, but my real name is Daniel, so clearly I'm the cooler one, you know.
It's like a photo of a yearbook, and like one is like Daniel, and then one is the cooler Daniel, and he has sunglasses on.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I was probably not the cooler Daniel.
Thank God they didn't send Lil Pep in for that scout. It's higher, yeah. So with over the Hydralisk upgrades on the way, Zerg Spire, Pepperu going for the Citadel of Adun is probably going to be doing some sort of similar
round on the Zealot.
That Zealot was not having a good time. Yeah, so it looks like Pepperu is going to be doing sort of a similar build to what Champion did versus Dada. Nope, never mind. It's going to be...
Not really.
Oh, nope. Okay, never mind. He's just getting the fastest High Templar that he can for the Hydra bust. There's stuff going on my base, too. Let's see. Back over here at the Zerg base.
Hatchery, Spire, and the Natural.
Yep. I was going to comment there is a Spire coming down.
Also,
I think my Protoss bias is showing. I am in fact a Protoss player, but we have Hydras coming out, and honestly, Dada is doing the thing that I think literally every like coach on every team, every player, it's like, hey, are you in tier 3? Just learn how to do Hydra busts, because it is such a crazily effective strat. Like even if Pepperu, they're getting they aren't getting High Templar out. What is this? They're just getting Zealots. But without the High Templar out, okay, Storm is just now starting as the Hydras are moving over. This is like Dada's opportunity to get the damage that they really want to get done. Because again, like the Zerg, they don't have to kill the Protoss here, but they don't have, like, but they can kill the Protoss here. Okay, Zealots are gonna move out with speed. They will have a good time fighting these the Zerg here, but the Hydras, Zergling's body block, Hydras are gonna pick them off. The Zealots are gonna try to run around to get some damage done. That'll completely open up this wall to get attacked. Hydras swarming in right on top of the cannons and be able to take them out. There's still no High Templar in production. Okay, so with the returning Zealots, like you said, I think they're going to be able to sandwich the Hydras and clean this attack up, but he lost all 3 cannons, and there's just more Hydras coming across the map that, wait, can the Zealots actually clean this up? It's like, they're trying to attack into like a Zerg base where their Sim City is working against them. Hydra's getting to the main, and Hydras will absolutely tear through the probes. Lil Pep in the gas, doing his best. I think this was him, but there were so many wounded ones. At this day, all gas probes are Lil Pep. But with 3 probes still mining, Lil Pep does live, but the wall falls. Dada takes the game. I mean, with the wall falling and more Hydras pouring in, there's no High Templar on the way. It's just pure Zealots. And Zealots feel like they can beat Hydralisks until they don't. And with that, it is only a matter of time before Dada is able to bust up into the main and completely, take this game.
I was going to say, if you see a Hydra bust, like, aren't you supposed to like just throw up a bunch of cannons like before the Hydras get there, or what is the correct response here?
Dada, the monster, is staying in the game after Pepperu lives. Fucking the horrified gas probes. What is?
I mean, he just
Dada had the win, and he just
send the message.
Dada was out for blood. Dada.
Yeah. He needed to slaughter all the probes, Little Pep included.
He had surrendered. They had raised the Protoss white flag, and Dada's Hydralisks were like, no.
Take no prisoners.
He doesn't even stay to kill all the buildings. He stayed just to kill the probes. What a monster. Oh, but with that, Dada executed that Hydra bust like a monster and takes the game against Peru in 1-0.
Well, that's how you know he's part of the swarm, because he's a monster.
It's true. He's fully infested. He's just becoming becoming one with his race.
You can't rip Little Pep. You killed Little Pep.
Alright, that is, I can't believe it. We are absolutely in a state of mourning now, and in that state we are going to be moving on to Group 27.
The Blime says he executed that Hydra bust as mercilessly as he executed Little Pep.
I can't believe it. This is Little Pep. But Lil Pep would want us to continue the cast, and with that, we're going to be moving on into Group 27 for Arcade versus ColdWarpgates, I think.
TVP then.
It is a TVP. I know ColdWarpgates, I'm pretty sure, is Protoss.
Yeah, and Arcade's a Terran player. He's in the Strom board all the time.
Oh.
Also, is our card supposed to be Arcade again?
You see nothing. Do not
You're right. I saw nothing.
Do not ask these questions.
That was not the name that I was looking for.
Alright, with that, with our co-caster joining us, we're going to hop into the first game of Group 27. ColdWarpgates in the top right, representing the darkish pink, purplish Protoss tribe. Against his opponent.
In the bottom right corner, in the white, plain Terran, it's Arcade.
Oh. All right, ColdWarpgates, another CPL caster. They you know, cover a lot of games and they're very good at it. And I would say go to their Twitch channel, but I don't remember the exact code for it. But if you get through some of the CPL casts, you can probably find it, and you can go over there and be like, yo, what's up? Okay.
Yep.
So, no pylons in the center, no barracks before supply depot.
Yeah, we're probably just gonna see like a super standard straight up game, especially from Arcade.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna eat my breakfast. Alright, gateway going up. Supply depot finished. Now this is an interesting place for the anti-zealot wall.
Yeah. Got any thoughts on that?
I don't know, I've never seen the zealot wall built there before, so
Neither have I, honestly.
I think it
Maybe I just haven't been paying attention when I've been watching Arcade. I don't know.
well, I guess it does help the Marines protect like the mineral line, because one of the hard things about doing like the basic zealot wall is that if it's built out here, the zealots can get kind of into the mineral lines, and you kind of have to dance with the Marines to actually like hit them and retreat back to the wall. Whereas here, like the wall is at the top of the minerals here, so maybe that's the reason for it. Meanwhile, actually both of our players are just like hiding their buildings right by their minerals. It's so strange.
Also, Niblime wanted me to shout out Arcade because he's always trying to improve and always submitting replays and asking questions.
Alright. Yeah, that's what we love to see. Like, honestly, like, the CPL, it absolutely, like, you aren't just gonna join the CPL and magically become a better player. You 100% get what you put in. Like, if you're active in your team's Discord, if you're active on the CPL Discord, and you're constantly being like, hey, can somebody watch this game and tell me what I did wrong? Or, like, I think this happened in this game, is that right? You improve so much faster than just, like, hanging out and playing games every week. So, yeah, you'll love to see that, that team interaction. Yep.
100%.
Yeah. And Arcade Plus, 1 SCV on gas, so we are going to be getting the basic factory expand.
Yep.
Well,
Looks like it's going to be Siege expand.
I think ColdWarpgates is actually going to be going for their own expand, so they're getting the bases at about the same time, which,
Yeah, 21 Nexus.
Okay.
Range halfway done. It's standard is as standard does.
Standard is as standard does.
Arcade about to get the bunker down. SCV is put back on gas. The machine shop's almost done.
Yep. Probe's gonna try to get some scouting in, but luckily is saved.
I mean, the probe has pretty much seen everything, right? He knows it's just like it's super standard siege expand build, I assume.
I'm gonna be real honest, I hate Dragoons so much. I hate Dragoons so much. Like, we saw it there, like the Dragoon was about to attack, and then it canceled its own attack, probably because it was told to attack. And it's just, I hate it so much. It's so annoying. Like,
yeah.
if Dragoons were actually microable, and like they didn't like cancel their own attacks, or get stuck on literally all the possible terrains, or like mess up their clump, it's like Protoss would actually be like the most broken race. Anyways, that's my rant for the day. Robo facility right on the ramp, which is again super standard. A lot of players like they know that they have to put the robo on the ramp, but it's one of those things where if you don't like plan ahead for it, it's really hard to be like, oh yeah, I need my robo on the ramp, and then you haven't built the pylon there. So it's like little things like this that are super impressive, or not super impressive, but are like really good to take note of, because it's a tiny thing that helps the game a whole lot.
First blood.
First blood that SCV is taken out.
Yep. Observatory going down at the natural. Just super safe. Gonna. Yeah, it's in the wall.
Yeah. Taking their third base at the mineral only.
As soon as there's money for it, because it was like 100 minerals when it went there.
And Arcade Plus is just getting their second factory, getting their timings up. First observer on the way, and usually you see that first observer kind of rallied over into the Terran's main, and it's going to just sit like right here or something for the entire rest of the game.
+1's just started for the Terran. Right. He's probably going to go up to like 5 or 6 factories and do some sort of push, maybe. Or maybe he's just going to like get his third. It's probably early to say, but... At least gonna get 4. Like,
so at least gonna get 4 factories, and okay, engineering bay going up for turrets. And I imagine we're gonna be seeing the second armory added on here soon. No, 2 more supply depots.
Yeah.
Trading a vulture for some shield damage on the Nexus. Oh wait, shoot, hold on. I forgot to activate the fucking I forgot to activate the bot for the chat, so I'm gonna do that after this game.
Mines are done, and he's gonna slowly siege forward and probably take his third, I imagine. Well, he sieged the tanks forward a bit, so that.
Yeah, but it looks like he's more just slow rolling out. Like he's getting the wall on the third, so I think Arcade is more looking to turn this into a longer macro game. And there will be like maybe a push, but I doubt that there's actually going to be like a death, like a 2-1 timing attack, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is like he's like pushing the tanks forward so he can take his third.
And if ColdWarpgates doesn't apply pressure, Arcade Plus will also be able to take their mineral only for free pretty quickly as well. Okay, Stargate going up, and with the Templar Archives, we should be getting Arbiters here for ColdWarpgates. And there really isn't any anti-recall like infrastructure up for Arcade Plus. Now they have plenty of time to actually get that, like get the missile turrets around their main base, but right now it's looking like a pretty exposed target.
Looks like ColdWarpgates gonna take his 4th at 12 o'clock, and he's moving a control group of goons to go protect it. Actually, I was moving them back out on the map.
I think they were moved up there just to make sure there weren't any vultures or spider mines, and now that ColdWarpgates is getting the like pylon wall up, they don't need to be there anymore. See, there's still one dragoon on. There's still one dragoon on the other ramp to block, like to just completely block the run by. Yeah, and see here's the vultures. Wow, and great position there on the dragoons.
Yeah. Plus, even if they got, like, even if all of them somehow magically got by the goons, there's just the pylon wall, so.
I assume we'll probably see one or two photon cannons added onto this Arbiter, and with stasis upgrading first. Another thing that I'm going to call out every time I see it, because it is such a simple, like, calculus that you can change. So with Arbiters, you always get stasis first before recall, because by the time an Arbiter builds and has enough energy for a recall, you can upgrade both stasis and recall. But if you upgrade stasis first, you will actually be able to use it in case you have to.
Right.
Just one of those little minor things that, like, you don't ever think about, but then, like, as soon as like somebody tells you about it, you're like, oh, that makes so much fucking sense.
%.
Alright, so Dragoons kind of force Arcade Plus to put up a layer of mines. They scanner sweep the outer layer and are just, you know, these Dragoons are just putting that pressure on to make sure that every single thing that Arcade Plus does is a little more aggravating. Oh, we have a probe
Looks like
moving.
He's got
Yeah.
2-1 started.
Alright, 2-1 on the way.
Finally, a 5th factory going down. And he's starting to lay out mines. Like, the observer is in the middle of his base, so it sees everything pretty much.
Yeah, and there's the anti-Arbiter missile turrets. And there's our first Arbiter out. Yeah.
Didn't lay any mines down in the main, though.
Adding on 2 more factories in addition to their 5th, so they're going up to 7. EMP Shockwave for science vessels is researched, and our first vessel is out. And
He's also doubling the turrets.
That's like, that's okay, but there's still, like, an angle for an Arbiter to sneak in here that is just gonna feel really embarrassing when it does.
Yeah, like, where all the factories are put, like, around the edge, there's no way the turrets could, like, reach it if it just goes around the edge and then, like, recalls on the mineral line or something.
Alright, so ColdWarpgates is kind of getting in position to ready to maybe try and again, just put pressure on Arcade Plus. This is their first Arbiter, and you can see it has 100 energy for stasis, and we already have stasis and recall upgraded. So.
Yeah. Arcade finally taking his 4th on the high ground with all tanks sieged up there.
And ColdWarpgates getting their 5th. So just a really clean, standard macro game from both of our players. I think ColdWarpgates has a little too many zealots with their main army, but Arcade Plus is leaning really heavy. That's a huge clump of tanks there.
Yeah.
And they're kind of spread out too, so there's really no good spot for like a juicy stasis. Like, I think maybe if one hits here, it might be able to catch all 5 of these, but that's hard. No one sees EMP.
Vulture picking at top, like, it sees the base in the top left and all the gates going up.
Yep, and it is laying some mines down. I guess it's that first cannon is gonna finish, and unfortunately it can sit outside of range. This Vulture will probably stay in here until these gates finish and they start producing like a round of Dragoons to go kill it. And with at the rate this Vulture is killing this building, it absolutely will last that long.
Looks like 2 Arbiters are coming in for a recall.
Alright, only one has energy, so we have our first one baiting the missile turret shots as our second one flies in, and it baits the EMP! No! The mind games outplays, and that is not a huge recall force, but the recall gets in the main, and Arcade just GG's?
Honestly, Arcade is known for doing this. Like, he'll leave games he's not even lost.
My gosh. You just lift the factories up and run all your run all your vultures back here, and this is like how you can kill this. Like you had enough vultures to kill this, but yeah, the EMP on the Arbiter that wasn't even going to recall was insane.
I mean,
ColdWarpgates played that really well.
Yeah, I mean, the recall shouldn't even end the game though either, because it's 4 goons and 3 zealots. That was the entire recall. Yeah. Actually, no. Wait, there's more. There's 3 extra zealots on the side and a goon on the side, and then another zealot. Hold on. 3, 4, 7 zealots and 5 goons. I didn't even notice the ones off to the side.
Yeah, like that is a control group of units. It doesn't even it's not even a thing. But
I mean, he just saw the recall get off, and he's like, "Oh, I guess I'm dead." But like, no, you can clean this up.
Honestly,
it's not
the 8 Goliaths in production can kill this. Like,
yeah. But like that's the thing with Arcade is like, I think he's better than he gives himself credit for, and also he leaves games unnecessarily.
Right. So I will just say that every
don't leave early.
Yeah, every game I see like this, I'm like, okay, those 40-minute TVTs where everybody is too afraid to leave, even though the contain has lasted 20 minutes and like the one player is mined out. It's like every game that I see that goes like this, I'm like, those games are worth it, because it's like you didn't have to leave. Just practice not leaving.
I gotta use the washroom. If you want to start the next game without me, you can. I'll be right back.
Alright. Then we're gonna go ahead and hop into Arcade versus Tarpman. And yes, we are casting all of these games. Remove the F10. Yeah. Good point. From Hanks TV is just remove the F10 key from your keyboard. You will see an increase in your win rate. All right, let's hop back into our game, and we're gonna go ahead and start it while our co-caster is preoccupied. Remember, this is going to be Arcade. This is gonna be ColdWarpgates versus Kraazy. I think I missed. Okay, hold on. Okay, yes, the overlay is up. Almost panicked there for a second. Kraazy. I love ColdWarpgates with the banter. I found the blind vault. You and Artosis, the only ones to like TVT. And the Blime. That's...
Alright, I guess I'll just watch from the stream.
Oh yeah, if you just want to go, we can. That's fine. That was fast. I wasn't expecting to be that fast. Although I guess I probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Actually, I'd also see you leaving completely threw me off. I didn't even do player introductions. In the bottom right, we have ColdWarpgates as the light pink Protoss. In the bottom left, we have Kraazy as the dark
Kraazy.
It's Kraazy.
Is he race picking this season?
According, he is race picking this season.
Because I believe last season he race picked mirror matchups. Or maybe that was the season before.
What a mad lad. What a great...
But
race picking mirror matchups is the funniest thing.
But like, other than that, he was like a tier 1 Terran, I want to say.
Well, that explains why he likes TVT then.
Yeah.
According to the analyst desk, he race picks ZVZ, TVT, and ZVP. I can respect that.
Fair enough.
Right, ColdWarpgates gets the scout in, doing a 10-12 gate. I think Kraazy will see this if he goes further into the main. Although this is a great like mind games thing where if like the Overlord scouts the natural, a lot of times you can almost just assume that they're not there and start moving it somewhere else. But he will scout the 10-12 gate.
Isn't it also safer to just have the 10-12 on the high ground and like you can hold the ramp with the zealots if you need to?
Yes, you always do 10-12 on the high ground, but standard play, the Overlord, like you see the natural and you go okay, but that opponent isn't there.
Yeah, but
so
like it's not much of a mind game. Like if you check the main anyway, it's like you should probably just check the main in case it's like 10-12 or something, and then move the Overlord. Because I don't think it like a little bit of extra time to check if there's gates there is probably not going to cost you the game.
Yeah. So unfortunately, for our Protoss player, Kraazy went hatch first, which kind of is like the counter to early Zealot aggression. You would think, what? No, wouldn't you want to get like Zerglings as fast as possible? It's like actually not, because having the extra hatch, having extra larva is more important than having faster Zerglings, because the Zerglings will be out regardless. So you need the extra larva to be able to pump Zerglings to fight the Zealots. Now, it still is tricky. 3 Zealots can do a lot of damage to a number of Zerglings if they aren't careful, but Zergling speed is on the way, and a lot of Zealots are being forced out of Kraazy. You can see the Sunken Colony is up at the natural, and that's going to make it a lot harder for these Zealots to reinforce. They need to start taking picks off of drones, because the pressure that this will be able to like keep up is limited.
Yeah, also turn on vision for warp gates.
Oh, oops. Back in Warpgate's main, they're getting up their cybernetics core, and so they're advancing their tech. 1 Zealot falls, so it looks like that is going to be the rush. And of course they run behind the minimap, which I don't know the hotkey to undo. But there they are.
We don't know what's going on back there.
Yeah. So we have 2 Zealots hiding behind the mineral lines. That's going to make it really hard. Only 2 Zerglings can attack at a time, and that is going to be the pressure done. 3 more Zealots going to try to run by. Zerglings are going to try to hold the ramp, but I think they might be able to get 2 to muscle their way through. Oh no, great control here by Kraazy, catching the Zealots on the ramp, weakening them all up. Only 1 Zealot gets into the main, and that is going to be it. They did get the scout on the Hydralisk den, but so really, what is ColdWarpgate's transition out of this? They're going into Stargate, but they're gonna need something to be able to fight the Hydras once they get out. Usually, like what I tend to like to do when I'm trying to when I do like the 10-12 gate and then I don't get a lot of damage, is I think going Stargate, going Speed Zealots, and then just trying to keep the game low econ is really like how Protoss comes out of this. I mean, it's working out. They have 7 probes to 14 drones. As long as they keep their macro up, they will be able to maintain a lead and keep pressure on the Zerg. They're getting their 3rd now. And let's see, Zerglings scouting around the map, looking for any signs of life anywhere. First Corsair should be able to get at least 1 Overlord. This one might make it back to the base in time. And with no Spire here from Kraazy, they're going to be clumping a lot of their Overlords up in their natural over their Hydralisks.
You can't hear it, but I'm nodding.
Nodding sagely.
It's like, yeah, no, I think you said everything. I'm like, how do I fill the space?
Right.
Like, well, I can awkwardly say yep again, or I can just like. It's like you don't even need me to go get.
Yeah. So Kraazy getting supply blocked, but again with the Hydras over the natural, that won't last for too long. So really, Warpgates' like next step in this is getting +1 attack, getting speed, and then trying to like knock over this third. Again, keeping the game low econ and keeping the Zerg on 2 bases while you can stay on 1. A valid question. Not sure how many. I'm not sure how many Corsairs is technically optimal here. When I play this, I just keep making Corsairs and Zealots, just so that like, ColdWarpgates is actually going to be getting an expansion and trying to transition this into a normal game. I'm not sure I necessarily like this, simply because, well, I guess you can get the Templar Archives up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is it. This is the regular game. So yeah, Zealots tearing through the Zerglings that were outside the base, and now they have to just be really careful because they don't have the wall or cannon set up. But they've killed so many Zerglings, I think they're fine. So now the Zealots will just be able to run over to the third. There's no sunken colonies or defenses there, and if this third falls and ColdWarpgates gets their natural up, that is just how the game ends. I'm not entirely sure where all of Kraazy's like supply went, and I think it was mostly in Zerglings, when it should have just been into Hydras to try and do like a push to kill. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so they're going into Lurkers. They might be able to not die. Oh, 3 Sunkens at the natural. Yeah, there's no way Zealots will be able to break that. Unfortunately, Corsairs roaming the... Corsairs are dead. It would be like, at least the Corsairs can roam the map and kill these Overlords. It's like, where are the Corsairs? I think they might have tried to dive on these Overlords and gotten picked off, unfortunately, which is why I'm a big fan of just continually building Corsairs. Just because it's really fun to kill.
It's really fun to kill those helpless Overlords that can't fight back.
Yeah.
How dare you?
So we're getting information from our analysts that 3 sunken colonies cannot hold versus this many Zealots, and I think ColdWarpgates agrees with them. They're going to not dive in, actually. But they're going to stay up at the third and keep Zerg contained. That is actually going to be huge. Again, staying on 2 bases, especially as you're getting your tech, you're getting your High Templar. Really, like, ColdWarpgates just needs to add on, like, ColdWarpgates needs to add on the Robo so you can get observers. He should, I think, know that, yeah, he knows that Lurkers are in play now. And he can add on, he's adding on extra cannons in the main here, so that'll help against any potential drops or a Mutalisk switch, because again, without the Corsairs, ColdWarpgates is actually fighting in the dark here. They try to dive on, but unfortunately the Lurkers finish, and they are set up. And now we are in for the long haul. Okay, is this the Robo? No. Okay, Gateway going up as the wall here, and
Storm is almost finished.
ColdWarpgates is gonna need more cannons.
Right. Yeah. This might just,
I think we've seesawed, and honestly... Okay, Storm, that's a huge storm, holy shit. Okay, that is huge, but the cannons need to focus fire down the Lurkers, and they don't! There's no vision here! There is nothing to detect these Lurkers, and now the Zealots just have to try and kill these Hydras, but the Lurkers just get to sit here. The Robo isn't done.
The Lurkers clutch.
Oh my god! Oh my god, the clutch Lurker eggs. Insane at 8 health. ColdWarpgates has the GG.
Now that was a sick play. The like sudden Lurker eggs to block the ramp.
That
and, like,
was
also the clutch low health Lurkers that like didn't get picked off by while the cannons were still up.
That was an insane play. Definitely listen, okay, good. I was gonna say,
yeah,
that
better be clipped.
That is a nuts play.
Like that. Talk about winning in style. Like
For real, like I think like Kraazy still would have been in a dominating position, losing like the Hydras and the main attack here. But the fact that like these Hydras lived and blocked the Zealots out, and the Lurkers just get to sit here and then move forward, and these Lurkers will build, it's nuts.
ballin'.
Yeah. All right, that was the game. Kraazy in a great back and forth, and honestly, listen. If he had built more Corsairs, I don't think that would have happened.
Honestly, I think like I don't know.
Like the Corsair.
Could he have gotten Storm quicker, or is like an extra High Templar? Because I think like another Storm or two might have done it. I don't know.
Wait, where? Oh my God, we're casting out of order. All right, Cole.
Because like when he had attacked, Storm had just finished, and there was like the one High Templar behind the cannon, and it.
Yeah, it's
like,
and also focus firing down the Lurkers with the cannons would have also worked as well.
Yeah.
It was shooting at Hydralisks when there was like 2 Lurkers there, ready to get shot at. All right, our next game. So we have ColdWarpgates versus Arcade.
CPL.
ColdWarpgates versus Kraazy. Our next game is going
still
to
says
be...
our card, by the way.
It still says our card? Okay. We also have 5 games in Group 27. I don't know why I only put 4 on here. But our next game is going to be Tarpman versus Arcade. You know what? Since the splash screen is up, I'll go ahead and get that changed.
And hopefully he doesn't leave after a... hopefully he doesn't leave after, like, an Arbiter, like, recalls less than a controlled group of units.
Yeah, like, it is unfortunate to see, like, really good players just have the...
You did it again. Before you fixed it, you put our card.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate to see, the like really good players just tilt out of the game like that. I mean, okay. I think
also,
that is all.
You have Arcade versus Tarpman twice.
Do I have? Wait, then who is I?
You just typed in that as the extra one. You've Arcade versus Tarpman and Tarpman versus Arcade.
All right. There we go. And we'll figure it out once we get to it. All right. Is the game?
I thought you were gonna do Mysterious Stranger.
The Mysterious Stranger. Yeah. So next is gonna be Tarpman versus Arcade. Okay. Yep. Loading that game up.
What was his name? Something Two Fingers?
Oh shit! What was that? I don't remember. All right.
And then it's like you work your way up to Star Killer.
Yeah. All right. Uh-oh. Hold on. Why is the scenario map not loading?
That's strange.
That's odd. Let me rehost. Arcade versus Tartman. Terran versus Zerg.
In before, like, the file is somehow corrupted.
I think the file's actually corrupted. I just loaded it again and it's not working. Hold on, let me open it in let me see if I can open it in single player. Okay, well, it can open in single player.
I guess I'll watch from the stream again.
Yeah, I guess we'll just switch over to that. That is an odd decision. Or not decision, but that is a weird bug. In the bottom right corner, we have Arcade Plus playing as the Mustard Yellow Terran, and in the top right corner, we have Tarpman playing as the Red Zerg Brood.
More like Dijon mustard. It's very dark yellow. That top right corner looks suspiciously like a top left corner.
Top left corner, Tarpman is... Okay. We have our Overlord scouting in the correct direction. Arcade getting there. Supply depot up.
And in the top right corner, we have the Void. It waits for us all.
It waits. It comes for us.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
I have called out the wrong positions before. I'm pretty sure I've done that plenty of times.
Oh, absolutely. That is like the one of the funniest things like StarCraft related related to like trying to trick your opponent is that the when you used to buy like the StarCraft battle chest and it was like on the CDs, it came with like this Prima strategy guide, and it would be like, hey, here's some tips for multiplayer, right? Because it would be like, here's how you beat the campaign, here's some tips for multiplayer. And like one of the tips is like, chat with your opponent and tell them you're doing something, and then lie about it. And the example it gives is like, oh, I hope you're ready for tanks to be dropped into your main, and then kill them with Marines. Like that is like what the suggested Prima strategy guide is, to tell your opponent that you're going to attack them with like dropping tanks in their main.
I love it. They're just like, just lie to your opponent.
Yeah.
That's on the strategy guide.
So 3 hatch here from Tarpman. Command center going up for our arcade with the barracks expand.
Yeah.
Alright. We're in that TVP exception.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm just.
Do I need to call a Protoss doctor?
You do need to call a Protoss doctor. I'm just dying here. I'm dying here because the CPL like official like the casting stuff that they give out, they're like, hey, don't like interact with chat too much because we are going to be uploading these on YouTube, and it would feel really weird to have like the YouTube video of like you just mostly talking with chat. And then I look over, and then Nightcat is just explaining how to like play Pokemon in PvP, and I just look, I'm just like, I want to talk about it, and I'm like, but I feel like Sate Zero is going to like take away my caster privileges if I do, and I already have. So I'm gonna go.
What if I just do it and then like until like I get banned from casting for CPL? Like he's just like, hey, just tell character he can't cast anymore.
Yeah. Just stick a chat room on top of the stream. I could. Hold on. Oh my god, I forgot to activate the bot for the chat. Oh my god. Alright, okay. After this game, I need to do the chat bot, and I'm gonna see if I can do something with the fucking... Alright, Zerglings are on the way, by the way. That's a lot of Marines here. Arcade Plus hasn't gotten their bunker up. Let's talk about the actual game. We have a lot of Zerglings coming out from Tarpman, and with no bunker here. Okay, is that the bunker? Yeah, no, that's the supply depot. So no bunker here from Arcade Plus. That is looking very dangerous. Lurker Evolution also on the way. And there's, well, the engineering bay is up, so we're gonna need
might have to like, I don't know.
He needs a turret in the main. Oh, he's getting comsat stations, so that's good. Okay, I think...
Is it bad to just, like, pull a few SCVs if, like, a bunch of Lings run in and, like, try and put them behind the...
You absolutely like if you don't have the bunker and the wall up, you want the probably want a few SCVs in front of the Marines here if you know that the chance of a Zergling flood exists.
That's what I figured, but I wasn't sure.
That is a lot of Zerglings. Okay, let's see where our scans are. Scans in the main, sees the Hydra Den. Ooh, is that another scan? No. But Tartman's gonna move out. Oh, this is not a good position. They're gonna get surrounded and taken out. And that is bad. The Zerglings cutting off so many of the Marines. They're gonna get on top of it. And I mean, that is... I mean, okay, the SCVs pull. They're doing great. Oh, the body block on the ramp is huge, but a couple of Lings are flooding through. And now, unfortunately, with only a single Marine left, this is game, right?
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like he's just gonna get all the SCVs, run up the ramp, and I don't see how even the Marines walking out could clean this up.
Yeah, and there's 4 lurkers ready to come up behind this. 4 firebats are on the way, and they should be able to finish and at least clean up the Zerglings, maybe? Unfortunately, single units in the Terran arsenal are not that effective. Yeah, the Zerglings are going to do a bunch of damage, and so now it really is when the lurkers run up here and get on top of the mineral mines. That is going to be the final game. The Zerglings do finally get cleared up, but it's a 9-drone lead.
Terrible, terrible damage.
Terrible,
you never want to have...
Terrible damage.
You never want to have the Zerg have more drones, because then they can just make units and go kill you.
Yeah, and that is what's going to happen. We have the Lurky boys on their way over.
They, you know, I feel like nothing embodies the wide walk more than the lurkers.
Yeah, and there's the GG from Arcade. And that's the game. Tartman takes it. Let's go to our splash screen here, and Arcade versus Tartman results in a win for Tartman. And we're going to try and set up all of the things. Alright. And know there's an option to pop chat out. Oh, ho, 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 ho. So if I then did... Okay, hold on. Let's get the next game set up first, and then we'll worry about. Okay, I'm gonna go back into BattleNet, and hopefully that bug or whatever it is does not affect the rest of my replays, because if it does, that's gonna be unfortunate. All right, our next game is gonna be Tartman versus Kraazy in another TVZ. Let's load that up.
Alright.
Let's switch that stream over, and we are going to do some fancy ad window capture.
Sponsored by Squarespace.
Just sponsored?
Not actually.
No. Chat? Question mark? Okay.
You said fancy.
Scimo chat. Okay. That is probably not even visible.
It's like reading the fine print, you know?
Yeah. So let's do, if we did 100, no, okay, let's do 200 crop. What are we, ants? Yes, you are ants. 50. There we go. Okay. There we go.
Here we go now.
How does that show up on the stream?
Tiny as hell.
Oh, it is tiny as hell.
But it's readable now.
Okay.
Just barely, but it is
Depending on
readable.
what you're using, that's probably a widget you can use instead of a browser window, and it'd have cool transparency. Who won?
Who's
Tartman
next?
won.
You decide.
CPL casts of history. I saw there was a ping on my Discord, and I was like, it's Sate0. He's telling me I have to stop. We're embarrassing the CPL too much.
Quick,
all right.
use me as a scapegoat.
It's all character's fault. Oh, and also I need
He's
to
right.
get the bot for chat, Twitch. Chat bot.
What do you mean? I am in the lobby.
It says I'm in the lobby.
Yeah, no, because of my setup, unfortunately, I have to run Brood War through a compatibility program. So when I alt tab out of it, it like freezes or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I assume it's OBS then, because the OBS is game capture, right?
No, it actually is Brood War freezes when I alt tab out of it.
Oh, okay.
All right. And yep, okay, bot's live in the chat. I don't think exclamation point casters is a command we have, but and we're back in. Time to continue the cast. All of our all of the technical issues have been dealt with. And in the bottom right corner, we have Kraazy.
In the top left corner, playing as the Black Zerg, he is Tarpman.
I'm
Also,
listen.
scouting in the correct direction.
Yes. This is the correct overlord. The hero overlord knows where to go.
Name that overlord.
Redeem that in the chat.
I just did. Name the overlord.
The overlord's name is O, per your comment. So
Oh.
this is O. He's a...
No, I just did that so I could redeem the thing. I'm asking you to
That's what the thing is. His name is O.
Yeah, I guess he's though.
He's O the Overlord. You know, he's
Yeah,
called that because when
He's big O.
he's the big O, and when he's looking for his opponent, you'll find them and you'll go, oh,
Oh.
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 All right, Kraazy getting up standard Terran versus Zerg stuff.
It's like Kraazy's gonna go scout.
You should get unit sounds when you're in a replay. Like if you click on just a single unit, you should get like their voice clips. I'm greatly disappointed that I can't like be like, oh, here's our scouting overlord. Let's see what he has to say about the situation. Bro.
I mean, you could always just like impersonate the units every time you click on that.
That would...
Get annoying real quick.
Yeah. Had to be like, all right, we have an SCV over here. It's like, oh, yeah. CX is requesting O's tragic backstory. Well, you see, he was sent to scout his opponent. So in lore, actually, the first overlords that were infested by the swarm are actually still sentient. When the overlord like found them, it was just straight up like, hey, I'm gonna like infest all of you guys because you have psionic powers or whatever. And like the overlords that existed were like, oh fuck, if he does that, we're all gonna die. And so they all just willingly accepted it. The
more you know.
Yeah, the more you know about lore stuff. And that's O's tragic backstory, is just the actual in-lore overlord backstory. Except also, he was bullied in high school. In Overlord High School. That's what I want to know about. Hey, remember how the Protoss showed up and they like nuked Marsara? He was there. He was on the front lines of the war. He saw with his own eyes. Meanwhile, this SCV is seeing with his own eyes that Tarpman is going for that 3 hatch. This is looking a lot like the build that they did versus Arcade. So I would imagine that this is going to be like a bit of a different, a similar game maybe. We're gonna see a lot of Zerglings come out, and Kraazy, however, I think might have a bit of a better setup. The supply depot's a bit farther back. O survived Chowsara by he had to hide under all the other Overlord bodies. That's how. There we go. That's dark. That's really dark for a fucking Sunday morning cast. Jesus Christ.
Isn't that like the scene, like one of the scenes from what's that movie? I'm trying to think of it.
Yeah, Owen, he saw some
Enemy
serious...
at the gates.
Yeah, that like, oh yeah, like they hid under all the Russians.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he saw some serious shit, and he unfortunately turned to a crippling porn addiction, so now he has to sit on his pervert pillar and look at the humans.
Alright, that's not quite as good as the plot of Enemy at the Gates.
You thought this was a story of him overcoming adversity? No, this is his weird pervert origin story. Meanwhile, we have a lot of Marines and medics coming out. We see a lot less Zerglings this time around, and Tarpman... Never mind. No, Tarpman just has a shitload of Zerglings. He is trying to make this into the same game as what it was versus Arcade, where these Marines get baited out. Kraazy, however, is not moving out. Instead, he's moving forward, getting a missile turret and getting the bunker up.
And,
so I think
these lings don't move in right away. Like, that bunker is going to get up.
Yeah, I think really this is kind of like calling like Tarpman's like bluff, right? Because if Tarpman attacks in, like, it gets defended, and if he doesn't attack in, he kind of just has a bunch of like Zerglings that don't do much. They will be able to tank for the lurkers, but again, like, Kraazy's doing a great job inching these like bunkers forward, getting their starport up. I like the machine shop if he gets like a single siege tank. So this is something that I learned from watching Artosis' stream, is that a single siege tank does outrange lurkers, and so if you just get one, you can kind of pick at lurkers off, and that kind of can work as your interim before you get actually up into science vessel tech. You don't have to get siege mode, you just need like a single siege tank. Alright, so that's great, got a lot of free damage on the lurkers, and they run back. This is really like staggering the push from Tarpman, and that is huge. +1 attack on the way, and Kraazy is getting siege mode regardless. As Tarpman is teching straight into Hive. So they aren't really committing to like any kind of bust, but they're saying, okay, if you're gonna wait and like sit down here, and you can see the tank actually, it's getting the free shots, and it will get that lurker. Oh my god, it only missed one shot. That is a sniper of a siege tank.
I actually did not know this until now, that like the siege tank could outrange the lurker without siege.
So you learn something for when you make your switch over to Terran.
I mean, I already played Terran. It's just I'm really bad at TVs.
Real Terran character, okay?
What do you mean real Terran? As opposed to fake Terran? What's fake Terran?
Fake Terran is going on the 2 base.
Academy every game?
No, fake Terran is only sitting on. Actually, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, the Zergling's going to try to get some kind of surround, but with the rest of the army retreating, it won't happen. Spire on the way. I would assume we're going to see a Defiler Den also come up at some point. Tarpman getting their 3rd base evolved and saturated. So This is, oh boy. Let me just, hold on. Let me just,
You can also
there
give
you
me
go.
mod, and I can do it.
Alright. How do I do that? I can, okay, we're gonna have to worry about that after game. Just don't follow whatever link, tank 2121312 posted in the chat. Scanner sweep goes down on the third base. Hey, we have enough attention to the stream that we're getting mods that we're getting bots to come in. O is still alive. Zergling's gonna come in, they're gonna be able to pick up. Okay, this actually could be a very effective backstab. There's no Marines in the bunker. Only one gets in and it's gonna get cleared pretty quickly. Marine is gonna die, and now these Zerglings will be able to get on top of the reinforcing Marines. They should get cleaned up, but they force a bit of a retreat and they trade really well. Alright, and here's the push from Kraazy. Lurkers are set up, but there's no sunken colonies to help, like, divest it. And then, okay, yep, Defilers and Scourge are on the way. And that is what Tarpman is going to need to live through this push with siege tanks, Marines, medics, and science vessels. Again, they're kind of playing like a Protoss here, where it's like you go right outside of the siege tank range and make them siege up, and then you just inch back again. However, you can really tell that they're having a hard time like gauging what the actual range of the siege tank is. And now Tarpman has pushed all the way into their main, but with, I think, the only irradiate wasted on a lurker, this like base should be able to hold.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I missed most of this push because I was looking at chat and then linking the Broodwall website.
Alright, so Dark Cloud comes down, Dark Swarm comes down. It is a cloud, but it is technically. That is going to allow Tarpman to push this back, and Kraazy loses a science vessel, doesn't pull it quite far back enough. And yeah, Dark Swarm is going to keep going. So, did you know that Dark Swarm, in the ability description, it's just a bunch of like parasites and bugs and like actual shit that the Defiler is spewing out?
I mean, that would explain the sound the Dark Swarm makes.
Yeah.
Which you can't even hear. But,
Yeah.
like, the whole buzzing sound, it's just like
Yeah.
all the parasites that is shitting.
Just all the nasty shit. Oh, and meanwhile back at home, quick check-in on our named unit. He's still peeping. He's checking out these gas mining SCVs. Jesus. Okay, a couple of Zerglings are going to get on top of some Marines and come around. Melee upgrades are evolving. Plague was started, but I think it was just canceled. Ooh, Scourge take off a vessel. That's a great pick. And now the Defiler count is getting kind of insane.
Yeah, that's the Overlord over the third, or I mean the high ground.
This is P.
O and P.
O and P. They're both. O met P on a chat room, and and O told him about the spot over here.
Why am I forgetting the name of the ability? The one that makes everything just lose all its health.
Plague-oo.
Yeah, some of the Marines got plagued, and like Zerglings just like cleaned them up.
That is, sounds like it was probably important and cool.
I mean, I'm the one who distracted you from it to begin with.
All right.
Remember, blame
okay.
everything on character.
Blame everything on character, especially this push from Kraazy. Tarpman gets the Dark Swarm up just in time. God, what an absolutely insane ability. All these Marines are going to get cleaned up, and Kraazy is like slowly losing all of their momentum. Their supply is dwindling. Like the army that they have out on the map is falling, and on only 2 bases. Never mind, we're 13 minutes into the game, and Terran somehow still has not mined out of all their bases.
I mean, you know, that's the magic of playing Terran. You can stay on 2 bases forever.
It is true. All right, so we should be able to get some irradiates here. Does this SC... Okay, this vessel does have enough... Oh, and a big plague goes down, hits the science vessel as well. And this one is too far forward. It's going to be picked off by the Scourge. Kraazy is just losing, like... I don't know if it is, like, the... I don't know if it's losing like their focus or like they're busy distracted somewhere else. I don't really see where like Kraazy's attention would be at, but it just seems like Tarpman is hitting them when they're not paying attention. It's just, I don't know where they actually are paying attention. With Ultralisk coming out, all the upgrades are going to start really kicking in. Kraazy has mines, or has vultures and spider mines, which is what you want versus Ultralisk, because spider mines are insane and are super cost efficient against the big giant elephant thingies.
You mean the space cows?
The space cows.
Yeah, the space cows.
Yeah. All right. So we see a couple of hydras are also mixed in. They aren't quite morphed into lurkers yet because, you know, they can shoot at science vessels. All right, reports from the analyst desk says that Terran actually mine out around 18 minutes, and I am unfairly judging them. Plague once again goes down as the Defiler just kind of exists.
So what you're saying is whenever I play games, I have 18 minutes to end the game.
Yes. Alright, and with the Ultralisks kind of like coming up.
Yeah, this push is not gonna go well.
No, the Terrans try to jump onto the sunken colonies, but the Ultralisks just keep on putting on the damage. And honestly, irradiated Ultras kind of are like, it's great. You get a lot of free damage. I don't know. It's working out. It's because you have to be very
irradiated
careful.
Ultra is like Scion and League of Legends, where it's like they're not actually dead and they just...
And they're just like
They still
spreading the
survive for a
damage
bit.
to all the Marines, right? It's like,
Yeah.
it can be very like uncomfortable. But I mean, okay, and we've kind of been talking about like all these bad trades that Kraazy has gotten, but they still are keeping, like, they're still posted outside Tarpman's main, and they're still putting pressure on the second main. So it's not like Tarpman is advancing across the map with Darkstorm as Zerg usually needs to try to do. God, Marines are so good. Just melting through that Ultralisk. Do they have, I don't know if they have, yeah, they're only at plus 4 armor. So the Marines are still doing a pretty significant amount of damage to them. And here's another dive. This might be the attack that does it, but, okay, the Defiler's here, but there's nothing it needs. Okay, and it has to take a drone out. And then, okay, it finally is able to lay the Darkstorm down, but the Science Vessels swing down just in time to be able to irradiate it. To irradiate it.
There we go.
There we go. And they get an Ultra as well on the way out. A single Marine medic is trying their best, but they are taken out. Well, they buy time for the rest of the army to get there, and they've pulled the Ultras out of the Darkstorm range. With no Defiler there, this is looking like a push that might be able to get something done, but there's still the Darkstorm.
He's pulled the science vessels towards the other group of Marines, which is almost dead. Now he's pulling them back.
Yeah.
Oh, now this group is gone.
Yeah, it's like Kraazy's like pulling the science vessels around, trying to support both armies with one group of science vessels. The Marine production is still kicking in. Kraazy still has like an okay, he has an okay army supply, but again, Tarpman is also taking this 9 o'clock base, and if he gets that, he's going to be a Zerg on 5 gases, which is bad to say to say the least.
But I mean, Kraazy has been like up on supply this whole time, despite like trading out like the way he has, and he's just like had really good macro. He's also got like his 4th base going up. Part of this pressure is that, like, aside from like the base to this side, is that like it keeps the Zerg from taking extra bases.
Ooh, that's a lot of Scourge, and there aren't that many Marines here to defend these science vessels. That is a huge clump of, what is that? 8 science vessels. If yeah, they're gonna stim on, but oh my god, he only loses 1 science vessel to that. That is an insanely good move there by Kraazy.
Don't walk
but he's
forward.
overextending and just trying to get these lurkers. He definitely is underestimating how much his opponent has. And now with this 5th base, it's wide open, but he just doesn't know it exists. And now the more Scourge are coming up to reinforce this base to keep it protected, as the science vessels are just trying to chase this little Ultra group and irradiate it some more. next wave of Marines coming out from Kraazy as an Ultra finds them and starts working through them. That is a lot of damage, but they will be able to kill the Ultra.
You know what's funny is every time I look at the supply, it's like the Zerg has about 110 and the Terran has 146. And then I won't look at the supply for a while, and then the supply looks the same.
Huge pickoff on the science vessels, but in the meantime, I think Tarpman was not paying attention. Marines dived in and killed both the Defilers and is going to be able to break this base. From the looks of it, he needs to get lurkers in the Nidus Canal to help reinforce and cover this, but actually, maybe he doesn't. Just Zerglings are able to come up and clear it off as the lurkers move forward to take up positions on the natural. Again, I feel like, yeah, Kraazy knows that there's the 5th base there.
Honestly, at this point, this could be totally a bad call, but I'm like, he keeps trying to break the bottom bases, right? Like, imagine if he just, like, I don't know, ran through them with, like, an eraser.
Oh, yeah, like just eraser the drones here or try to get to the Zerglings. Another huge wave of Scourge coming out, and they actually are going to be mispositioned. Yeah, I think Tarpman might have just committed, like, the imbalance of their composition that Kraazy needed to get an opportunity here. Okay, lurkers coming in through the Nidus Canal. And okay, nope, he does barely save this game. God, and all the science vessels are taken out. I think I'm just gonna do a really big zoom out here just to look. I believe, oh man, Kraazy has been knocked down to 1 science vessel. That's a huge for Tarpman.
For sure. He's but like the one thing he has going for them is, like, aside from him getting aside from the Zerg getting 9 o'clock, like the constant pressure has just kept him from, like, being able to take any other expansions. So as long as, like, he has the forces to, like, keep pressuring and, like, keep the Zerg from, like, getting, like, game-ending force, then like, he's still doing good. Like, he even picked off a Defiler there. Like, obviously losing the science vessel sucks, and it's, like, an instrumental part, like, dealing with the ultras and the lurkers and stuff. But, like, he doesn't even have to go. He's, like, forcing them to use them, like, defensively.
Yeah, like, as long as the Zerg is using up their spells in the Zerg bases, the Terran is pretty comfortable.
Yeah. And, like, he's constantly keeping Tarpman, like, blockaded. Like, this is the police, you're surrounded.
Yeah, and really, like, and Zerg can stay on a base for a long time, but see, the main of Tarpman is just now mining out. The natural is they're all gonna move to the natural and start mining there. And, I mean, Tarpman has other bases, but, like, the map is crazy as to take, and they're going to try to dive in and pick off these Defilers, but unfortunately just barely lives, and that was a lot of Marines thrown out. Kraazy has 1 more macro round, and then I think Tarpman might start catching up in supply. Oh, huge plague. Cleans up that entire base, and at the same time Tarpman is pushing out at the bottom here as well, clearing up both forces. And oh man, a lot of medics falling. The backup Marines again will reestablish the contain, but, like, I just feel like if at some point
down on the
plague goes down on the Marines and
side,
the Ultralist gets up into the big old cloud. I believe all these medics are out of energy. Yeah, they are all out of energy, and that is going to be how this Bioforce dies simultaneously as the science vessels die simultaneously. That was a very clippable moment. And now Tarpman gets their 6th base.
Kraazy sending another wave at the top here, at the.
Yep.
Tarpman's mine out on his, like, his main. Like all these drones could probably go to the natural now, and even the natural doesn't have many.
It's not very saturated. I think Kraazy is in a position where they really need to. Okay, yeah, they're going to establish another base, but they're doing it on location, and the few Zerglings here by Tarpman, this is basically a free deny from Tarpman. They invested nothing into this. 3 Zerglings are basically free, and so being able to deny and delay that expansion for so long is huge for them. And now finally the contain on the bases is falling. Tarpman, now the map is the Zergs to control, and
it looks like Tarpman has got this. Like he's finally like breaking through Kraazy, and broken through like Kraazy's constant wave of stuff.
Yeah, and we can see sort of the supply tells the story. A Zerg at 140 supply will absolutely demolish a Terran at 88.
Yeah, plus like the Ultralisks and the it's even irradiated, and it's like
but
just killing.
Yeah, I think these all 2 Ultras will unfortunately die. That one was at 1 health.
I mean, it had a chance to like swipe some SCVs. It
Meanwhile,
just kind of like derped for a second and then didn't do anything.
Meanwhile, the air support is getting taken out.
Yeah, another science vessel goes down to a Scourge.
Scourge hitting into the science facility, which only has 850 health, which, like, that actually could almost be cost efficient for Zerg to go kill, because that would then deny science vessels from the How much damage does a Scourge do? Where are they? Oh, no. Before they die, they do 110 damage, so it takes... Okay. So it would take 8 Scourge for... to kill 1 floating science facility. Okay. It's not a good trade on the minerals, but on the tempo, that would be like also the build time. Like the Terran has to realize they aren't building science vessels, they have to rebuild the science facility.
Yeah, it looks like there's like
Plague goes down
waiting
on
to
the
go.
bio. Yeah.
And there's like Ultras just like waiting for their chance to go into the mineral base.
Oh, yep. And I think the Marines are going to poke the hornet's nest and pull them over. I think this is how the Terran lose this one. Ooh. God. Why does everything... Ultras... I didn't realize that Ultras can, like, one-shot a spider mine before it actually gets off. That's crazy. Alright, and with that, Tarpman...
Looks like this should be GG at any moment.
Yep, as the Ultras sort of surround, they clean out all of Kraazy's SCVs. Yeah, Kraazy also had their base up here denied again. And what the Zerglings are going to run in here, I believe they have the adrenal glands upgrade, so this base will melt in seconds. And, like this base has already melted. Yep, and there's the Zerglings. Let's see just how... Unfortunately, the command center lifts off, so we cannot see just how fast Zerglings kill things, but yeah.
Yeah.
The noose is tightening on Kraazy as Tarpman is...
Also, this Ultralisk has 24 kills. I just thought I'd point that out.
Yeah. He's the big... That's a lot of kills. So Tarpman takes their game versus Kraazy. Alright, let's go back to our CPL splash screen. And update our score here. Kraazy versus Tarpman is a win for the Hive. Also, while we're out, how the hell do I...
His name is Jack Bauer.
/ mod in the blind. I'm banning you. The blind do not abuse your privileges. Character, do you want to post in chat? I'll go and I'll mod you too.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just say something and that way I will immediately. Hold on, slash on. Slash mod. Wait, did that work?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, time for the mysterious fifth game. Let me load it up actually, not meme around on the cast. All right. Time to go into. Okay, our last game is going to be Tarpman versus ColdWarpgates in the first ZVP of the game. Loading it up right now. Switching our screen over. And there we go. Is it a high?
Hmm?
That's a question for ColdWarpgates. If it is a hype game or not. I haven't watched any of these games beforehand, so I have no idea. But
Just say that all the games are hype.
what's mysterious about this game? I have no idea. I just forgot to add it to the list, and then I couldn't remember who was playing. So, in the top right corner, we have Tarpman playing the red Zerg Brood.
And in the bottom left corner, in the teal, it's ColdWarpgates. Playing Protoss.
Playing the hero Protoss colors.
Yeah. Is never mind. Is that one of the rescuable colors?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Teal is the is the color for all of the hero units in the campaign.
Honestly, I haven't played the Brood War campaigns.
Have you played the original campaign? Like any Oh.
I haven't. Like, I've played ladder, but I haven't played the campaign.
Wow.
Yep.
Alright, so we can see the pylon. That pylon looks a little too far back, but I'm gonna trust in ColdWarpgates. Immediately sends the probe to mine, so we have the yeah. Yeah, the Brood War campaigns are great. The only unfortunate thing is that like Nablime says in the chat, like the TNP ones are a bit too easy, and that really is because like if you just defend and mass and make a mass of battle cruisers, like all of the late game, like the last 5 missions of the Terran campaign can be won just by massing battle cruisers. The last couple of Protoss campaigns can just be won by like I don't know,
getting your goon up that ramp.
Of campaigns, yeah, goon up the ramp. Gateway first here from ColdWarpgates. Let's talk about the actual game instead of the versus CPU. So Gateway first is like my favorite PvZ build. It's so much fun.
Enlighten me why.
So when you get Forge, right, you can't really be super aggressive, and like you can do the cannon rush if you scout first, but again, a lot of the game is really under the Zerg's control, right? You're safe, and you can get your economy up, but you can't really dictate the flow of the game, or you don't really have a lot of options to do anything. When you get Gateway first, sometimes you just get an actually insane amount of zealots, and you can push out on the map a lot sooner. And so it just feels a lot better to play. It's so much more fun than just being like, you can't kill me with Zerglings, I built a photon cannon. It's like, you can't kill me with Zerglings, I have like 3 like pumped up fucking 8-foot aliens.
Yeah. You've got a like they're on like they're just like roided up.
Yeah, see, and the first Zealot can just come across the map, right? And there's only, like, there's 4 Zerglings here, but, like, he just gets to start being like, hey, pay attention to me, I'm killing your base, fuck you. And the second Zealot coming as well. It just forces the Zerg to be a bit more on the back foot if they aren't going for something, like, insanely fast and aggressive. Yeah, and you can just hide in the mineral lines, force the Zerg to respect it. Unfortunately, this one Zealot out here might get caught. His buddy's coming up. And once again, once you get up to 3 Zealots, oh no, the surround on the Zealot, that is an unfortunate loss. You really want to have those 3 Zealots. 2 Zealots are like okay. 1 Zealot is annoying. 2 Zealots are like you can do some stuff with them, but 3 Zealots straight up like murder like any amount of Zerglings.
The 3 Zealoteers.
Yeah, it's great. All right, but we are getting that cannon, the forge, the cybernetics core. That probe. Okay, he is actually mining gas. And with the wall set up, ColdWarpgates will begin transferring probes. Hey, another quick hot Protoss tip that I learned from a coach is that when your Nexus is building, if you do your probe transfer when it's at 650 HP, the probes will get here and start mining, and they'll return it to the expansion Nexus like when it finishes. Spire on the way, but ColdWarpgates is getting their Stargate, so we probably won't see a lot of extended Mutalisk play unless Tarpman really goes hard on it. No Hydra Den yet from the looks of things. Just Zerglings keeping everything honest from the Protoss player. Oh, wait, no, that's not the camera reset hotkey. Okay. +1 started. Cannons, a second cannon going up. Unfortunately, there isn't a scouting probe out on the map to see what Tarpman is doing. Knowing that it's Spire is really important because you also you need to get the photon cannon up in your main base, right? Like you just have to, you kind of, it's just one of those things that you kind of have to do when there's mutas, just to get like a couple of cannons to prevent like the mutas from harassing your probes forever and ever.
For sure.
Right.
Got another gateway coming down. First Corsair is out. Probably gonna go harass that Overlord.
Yep.
Who was minding his own business until the oh, never mind.
ColdWarpgates
Corsair just passed it.
Doing the much better pro play of heading straight across to see what he's up against. Unfortunately,
it's gonna slide into.
No, they pass like 2 ships in the night, and the Corsair is gonna get the full scout off. See that the Hydra Den is just building.
Coming around.
See the Spire building, and this should be see the Spire. No, oh, what was that? What was that? A good day to die indeed, apparently. That Corsair was literally just like ColdWarpgates, the commander, was sitting there being like, okay, listen, you're gonna dodge these Scourge so that we can see if the mutas are coming out. And the Corsair was like, I'm gonna do a spin. That's a cool trick.
He's like, evasive maneuvers, flies into them.
But, okay, so the cannon is up in the main, though, so the mutas are, like, slightly, it kind of works. Unfortunately, they will be able to pick off probes at this angle, and, yeah. That is how the mutas work. Okay, Zealots move out, and the Zerglings, they're going to catch all these Zerglings, which is huge for ColdWarpgates. They might actually just run across the map and start putting pressure on Tarpman, which would be, or the mutas are going to kill them all.
I think these mutas have at least 5 kills, and I think those are all probes.
Yeah. Let's just click on a random muta. We have 3 on 1. Oh,
and 2 on 1.
Direction.
3 on this one. Plus now, like, one got the... That muta got the Zealot. Yeah, so they got 5 probes and 2 Zealots.
Yeah, definitely is not looking good for our Protoss hero. The supply is now in the Zerg's favor, and that is never good.
Yeah, you can't run from the eyes in the sky. Like these zealots are fugitives on the run.
I'm not sure where. Okay, so we have 3 Corsairs and High Templar with Storm out. Now the thing with Storm is that it can one-shot, like a single Storm will kill Mutalisks, but you have to catch them by surprise, and that can be very difficult.
And they have to all be clumps, which I guess
Yeah.
isn't hard if there's like, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so finally photon cannons going up in the natural. There's another angle if the mutas come in from this way, they can pick off these probes, but I think ultimately the muta harass is winding down, and we can see that Tarpman is switching over into more Hydraling. So they're going to try to put pressure on the front. Thankfully, like for our Protoss player, the Templar with Storm are out, so it's not like these Hydras will do any busting. And so I think we will progress into a more natural sort of PvZ mid and late game. As that Corsair count continues to grow, because you have to respect that the Zerg always has the possibility to go Ogre Zerg Gamer and just go like 15 Mutalisks and then just like smash through the Protoss. Right, yep,
You gotta smash down that Ogre bat.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna go yeah. Gonna break him up.
Drogzor.
Hey, no, that's not.
I don't know.
That's not StarCraft. It's not even StarCraft 2.
No, but it's craft.
Am I gonna have to also start fucking reining you in from Hearthstone references as well?
Well, I mean, Hearthstone cards are just based on Warcraft characters, so technically it's just Warcraft.
Oh, that's fair. It's okay.
There is a
Overlord's
craft
getting
in it.
There is a craft. When is the CPL for Warcraft 2 going to happen? That's what I want to know.
I guess you could ask Nablime. I'm sure he totally knows.
Well, Nablime has gone to sleep now, so we will have to wait and see.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
Also, he's got like these overlords covering all of like the entrances, so if he'll see like the warp gates moving out.
Yep. So I think ColdWarpgates is going to move out. Corsairs are going to pick off an Overlord. And that will not supply block Tarpman. Tarpman's kind of getting into the position where no matter how many Overlords you kill, there will just always be enough money for more. And as ColdWarpgates is moving out, the Mutas are moving in, and they're going to try and get some harassment done while Tarpman defends from the main Protoss army. There's a couple of High Templar left behind to defend. Oh, actually, I think they just built, but they are going to be staying behind to defend. And ColdWarpgates getting their 3rd expansion behind this, and is just going to continue to try and steamroll across the map and keep Tarpman off of taking their extra bases and keep their army in check.
I mean, Tarpman's got lurkers on the way. He's got like 5 lurkers hatching.
Yeah, and I
Which is
don't
gonna-
see... There's 4 High Templar with the army, and that is a lot of Storm. But unfortunately, the army...
Oh, no.
Oh, why are you attacking with your Dragoon Zealot instead of your Zealot? Oh, okay. Yeah, Tarpman's just going to dive on top of this, and that is going to be a lot of damage. I don't think... Okay, there are observers with the army. One was picked off. And,
Yeah,
okay.
the lurkers
my
get picked off really early.
The
'cause they, like,
storm's
go
going
super
down. There's
far
still so
forward.
many more storms. And, okay, the army's kind
But
of...
the Lings are gonna pick off these High Templar, I think.
Yeah, this is why the attack needed to be coordinated, because by the time that the storms actually play in, nice storm, they're picking off a lot of those attacking Zerglings. But the army's kind of evened up, but that was definitely in Tartman's favor, and Tartman was already favored with the army supply there. So they might be able to come up and deny this base.
Defensive High Templar. Another storm goes off.
Yep, and another storm goes down. One lurker falls. There's only one lurker left, but the Dragoons have fallen. It is just oh man, and all the Corsairs were kind of soaked up by the attack as well, and now the Mutas, they're focus firing down this Archon, and while the Corsairs clean them up, Archon finishes and all the mutas are going to get melted. So I think ColdWarpgates barely holds this attack. Oh, maybe not. 4 Hydras is a lot of Hydras against a single Zealot and Dragoon, but Tarpman doesn't want to push the issue and retreats to reinforce. As our 2 players kind of reset their armies.
It's so in Brood War, isn't it always a good position for the Zerg if the Zerg is up in supply?
Yes.
Because to my knowledge, it's like generally, even if Zerg is down in supply, they can be in a good position because they don't need a lot of supply.
Yeah, so Zerg, like, okay, so the other 2 races, they max out at 200, 200. Zerg maxes out at 120. If a Zerg is above 120, they're in a great position. If a Zerg is around like 100 or so and they have more than their opponent, they're by and far away, like insanely ahead. Ooh, Corsairs picked off a lot of Overlords blocking Tarpman. They're gonna have to put on a lot more. Never mind, they just built 10 Overlords at once and rocketed back up to 200 supply. So that was what I meant when I said at a certain point in the late game, it doesn't matter how many Overlords you kill, they just can make more and it feels like they're making them for free. This is like that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Tarpman is like heavily favored here. Like, as long as he gets like a big enough army to go bust the Protoss, like, he's even like taking his 5th and
Hey, Art, we have an intel from the analyst desk that really it's more like 140 for the Zerg to be maxed out. So that is, I don't play Zerg, so that is a bit of a correction to what I was saying, that it's more like 140 is when the Zerg army start is like at its peak. 120, I think I might have gotten that confused with 120 being sort of like the, where the Zerg can survive at, kind of. Like they can hold on at 120, but you can see the Zerg is getting up to 140 and they are 4 supply ahead of the Protoss. ColdWarpgates on 3 bases, Tarpman on 2. Generally, oh, they're trying to get their 4th up. That will be huge. Generally, the Protoss wants to only be 1 base behind the Zerg, but that is a lot of Zerglings coming around. I believe Adrenal Glands has finished, so these Zerglings will tear through literally anything. And they even see the Storm drop on its way over. Yeah, so this whole base has to get canceled. Yes.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Tarpman as he's like approaching max out.
Alright, and great pull from the drones here from Tarpman. And puts him right back. And he's going to go try and hit the natural, but again, Tarpman's just staying on top of it, bringing the Hydralisks over. And I think the vessel, or the shuttle, okay, that's an okay storm, but it was the only one, and it only got 3 drones. So a bit of an unfortunate drop there. Shuttle speed on the way for Protoss. But again, they just need to establish a 4th base so they can be on par with the Zerg. The Zerg now at 173 supply. Another group of Zerglings coming out to deny the space again, and ColdWarpgates is moving to defend it this time, putting Zealots up on the ramp here. I believe, no, they aren't going to get on the ramp, and this many Zerglings will be able to clean out this entire base. Yeah, just look how fast they clear through it. Late game Zerglings, you really need, okay, are these, what are our upgrades here?
Zerg has 2-1, or 2 attack, 1 carapace, and...
Yeah, and 1-1 for the melee units. So they aren't quite into the like late game threat of 3-3 cracklings, but...
And like, the Protoss is like 3-1.
Okay, so ColdWarpgates really staying on top of their upgrades, giving them a definite edge here at this stage of the game. It's what that double forge action allows you to do. Tarpman going to establish another base at the top left natural. If they can hold this base, they get top left for free. So this base is really worth bases 6 and 7.
I think he's gonna like push the moment he maxes because he's like so close to just being maxed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he has Defilers, he has Lurkers, he has Lings. He probably is going to start, like, getting Ultralisk upgrades and then start trading in units to try and be, like, super efficient and just spend his bank. Keeping ColdWarpgates off of, like, their position. Bit of a supply block there at 180. Oh, man, and all those photon cannons are built on the other side, so the Zerg might just be able to come up and backstab. Yep, shuttle set up to swing in from the top left as Tarpman is moving out. ColdWarpgates is going to probably, yeah, they're going to try to maybe move around and hit them from the back, but oh no, the Dark Swarm is incoming, and that is very good against photon cannons. There is a High Templar here, so you can storm under the Dark Swarm, and that will...
This is potentially a big storm, though.
Ooh, and ColdWarpgates is retreating to defend, but he was on move command, and he walks right through the trap laid by the Zerg player.
Oh no.
Tarpman, with the insane, picks off so many Dragoons just starting off, and now the supply, you can see it is just plummeting. He's just trying to get whatever storms he can, but the base is falling. And, I mean, yeah, Plague on the Zealots, so once the shields are torn through, the Zealots will die. It looks like ColdWarpgates might just barely be able to hold on, but there is more Zerg on the way, and they're going to be going to deny that 6 o'clock base if they can, even after this base is already going down. The Defiler is going to just be able to sneak on out, but he actually might get caught. Storm goes down, but the Defilers kind of slither out of it.
Yeah, it just seems like it was a nice, pretty clean macro game from Tarpman.
Yeah.
Then he just like maxed out, moved across the map, and killed everything.
And this is like one of those games where it's like, this is why like the Protoss being out on the map is so important in both PvZ and PvT. Like, if you aren't the aggressor, your opponent just outscales you in the late game, which is unfortunate. So that is going to be the game, and Tarpman is going to take it.
And that is the last game for this group, right?
That is the last game of Group 27, indeed. It was our mysterious 5th game because I forgot who was playing in it. So let us go ahead and do ColdWarpgates 012 iRk-tarpman. That was a really good group.
Yes.
Our next step is going to be Group 36. Our biggest group of the day. I think we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 replays to go through. I hope you're ready for a lot of games.
Honestly, I would need some caffeine to stay awake because I don't know, my sleep schedule is kind of super messed up. Like yesterday, what kept happening is that I would be awake for 3 hours, and then I would fall asleep for 3 hours and like wake up after 3 hours again. And this happened like 3 times, where I just kept like I both could not stay, like couldn't keep myself awake, but when I was awake, I couldn't go back to sleep, and then after 3 hours, I would just crash. And it was like consistently 3 hours, like.
That is weird.
And then the last time I woke up, I stayed up all night, and then I was awake for the cast. The beginning of the cast.
There you go. So are you gonna be heading out now, or?
Maybe. Like, I might,
keep casting until you pass out live on stream.
Well, I was thinking either I leave for Group 36 now, or, I rejoin, like, after a few games.
I mean...
Like, I might just, like, head down to the corner store and grab a coffee or something, and then come back.
Yeah, that would work. I need to refill my coffee myself, so, you know what, here, we can take a quick 5-minute break, and then, we'll come back with group 36. Since I need to refill my coffee anyways as well. I've only had 1 cup today, and it's unfortunate. All right, so do a break, and then we'll be back in about 5 minutes, and that should be enough time for us to do all that. Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay. And we're back. I poured too much coffee and spilled it. That is fine. Our first game, we're in BoldEgul versus earob. In what if I'm remembering correctly, it was a ZVT. ZVP. Let's go. Back-to-back ZVPs. Okay, and BattleNet almost glitched out for me. Let's switch over to the game. Alright, I have not been ping. Okay. Game. And we will start here in just a moment. Okay. Group 36. Our longest group of the day, or at least in number of games. It might not be lengthwise. You never know. In the top left corner of Polypoid, once again, we have BoldEgul playing the yellow Zerg versus their opponent in the top left corner, earob playing the pink Protoss. Representing the BSL 14, having a good time. I signed up for it, but I did not actually play like all the games I needed to qualify for the noob or scrub tier, whatever it's called. We don't have any game audio. That would be because I disabled it on the break. So let me turn that on. Thank you, Dada, for noticing that in the analyst desk. And yep, we have the basic pylon timing, scouting on pylon. So it looks like they're scouting over to the right, which is like the good scouting direction. But yeah. First Overlord scouting in the technically correct direction and the truthfully, like actually correct direction, seeing its opponent, see their opponent very quickly. Spawning pool started first here. I believe this was a overpool from the looks of it, and that can be pretty aggressive. So earob is probably glad to have that scouting information, throws up their forge, and they probably will be getting cannon before. Well, actually, they're doing a great job scouting here. They see that only drones are being made. Well, actually, no, the spawning pool hasn't finished yet. So I think earob is safe to go Nexus first, but they want to keep this probe alive to see if BoldEgul goes for like 3 sets of Zerglings as soon as it happens. Ooh. Really great denial on the hatchery here. That is some movement, if ever I saw any. Probe taking a lot of damage from the drone. Slinks back up into the main. Spawning pool is done. There are 3 larvae there. I think that is bold. That can be earob's indication. Oh, but they make drones. earob, if he sticks around to seize this, it'll be fine. He starts his Nexus up, and his cannon will be going up right behind. He actually could have held off on the cannon, but I feel like it is the safer thing to do and a smarter thing to do. He could have just gone straight for gateway, but with the drones popping out, he will be like 100% safe from all this. I wonder if like you see the drones coming out. Probe might be able to slink around here and get like a cannon set up in this corner here. Ooh. And then like rush, like, you know, cannon rush the natural. All right, Overlord getting hit by the cannon. He unfortunately is going straight to the main. He's gonna figure out what's going on here. Pylon going up, simulator going up. Nexus at about to hit 650. So if you start transferring your probes like right around here, they will actually like start mining. And then by the time they mine and they start returning, the Nexus will be finished. Ooh, probe getting up into the main again. Really great scouting information here from for our Protoss player. This probe is definitely showing off some very sick micro here. I think when you see like there's nothing up in here, ooh, catches the lair building. That's huge. So he knows that Zergling speed is a little bit more delayed. But when you like are scouting like this with only these 2 Zerglings, a lot of drones, he probably is like, okay, there's a 3rd base on the way. And now what he really needs to be able to see with this probe is if a Hydra Den gets started here in the next couple of seconds. And if it does, then he has to look out for like a 3-hatch Hydra bust. Alright, no Hydra Den yet. BoldEgul might be going for some Spire play. There's the Zergling speed. And is this drone going to be our Hydra Den drone? Again, only 2 Zerglings out makes it really hard to catch the probe, but they're going to set up on the ramp. And that means that BoldEgul can probably build something in their main. Alright, as the lair finishes, are we going to be seeing the Spire? We are. Meanwhile, back at the Protoss base, they're getting up into Stargate, so they will be at least somewhat safe from the probe caught by a large swarm of Zerglings, but they will be able to sort of counter the Mutalisks. They aren't going for anything like risky, like going into really fast Templar or DTs or anything like that. They're just standard Stargate play that will be somewhat safe against the 3-hatch Spire. One of the things you add on here is you just get like a photon cannon in your natural mineral line, a photon cannon in your main mineral line, and then you're pretty much safe from, you're not pretty much safe, but you kind of have developed the defenses that you need to be able to like repel Mutalisks. Like if the Zerg goes insanely hard on Mutalisks, they can just roll over cannons, but it takes a lot of investment from the Zerg to do that. So they usually, once they see only a couple of cannons, they kind of stop the Muta play. +1 air weapons from BoldEgul, so they are going to be going pretty hard on Corsairs. That is a really cool stylistic choice. And we can see, yeah, the Hydra Den is starting. He's going to fly over, get all that perfect information. The Spire just finishes. We're going to see Scourge be built immediately to catch these early Corsairs. So that is one of the big things. They actually cancel the cannon they were building to defend from the Hydras, but this is just a Scourge Spire. It's not actually a Muta Spire. earob, I mean, BoldEgul is just going straight for like a Hydra bust that the Scourge are just covering for to zone the Corsairs out and to keep the Overlord count healthy. And so if earob doesn't do like the good the taxing on the Zerg supply here, it's very possible that a frankly absurd amount of Hydralisks appear and topple this base. It seems like earob might be playing it to their own head. The Citadel is finished, but there's no Templar Archives on the way. They really need to swing back over to the Zerg's base so they can see that it is in fact Hydralisks and not a Muta play. He needs to catch a lot of these flying overlords that are out on the map. Zealots +1 is almost finished, but the Zerglings are getting on top of the Zealots. Get a lot of serious damage done and pick off one of them. 3 Corsairs. Corsair production still ongoing. Templar Archives on the way, so Storm should be able to. So he's doing the standard Protoss stuff. Aren't going to see any large mistake here. He should have enough time to get into Storm and be able to defend from the sort of more delayed Hydralisk push. My Corsair count is up at 5. I think that... Okay, nope, he's going to go for 6. Yep, so he's going to just continually make more Corsairs. That +1 air weapons. He's going to want to be able to put that to use. Adding on his extra gateways here. 2 bases can support up to, I think, around 12-ish gateways is sort of the magic number for him. Yep, 2 High Templar coming out. Don't see Storm started quite yet. Instead, just getting a lot of these early upgrades. BoldEgul, meanwhile, is... Looks like they are losing Overlords. The Corsairs have finally activated. They were given the code word trigger, and now they're just roaming the map trying to find pickoffs. Looks like we have a lot of overlords here. Scourge tried to come in, but that one got dangerously close. But that +1 attack air is going to help them melt through these overlords. Two are going to... only one is going to fall. Looks like they aren't going to commit to taking out that other weakened one. But that was a really great... That really stutters the progress of the Zerg. They have to wait for those overlords to finish. It looks like they're going to be going into lurkers instead. There's no robo on the way yet for earob. What is the Blime rhyme? I mean, robo at 9 and you'll be fine. Well, it's 9. You just need to see if earob remembers to get their robo. PVZ robos usually build in the natural. Right. Oh, it looks like the Zealots are taking a lot of dumb damage on these Hydras. And are just getting a lot of free shots going off. They're just taking damage for free, and they are not trading very efficiently. The Hydras are running up. They sniped the single cannon that was defending. We have a High Templar here, but again, I don't think he upgraded Storm. I think he forgoed that that research. But a couple of Zealots are buying time. The counter pressure here, the Corsairs are diving on the Overlords. They have to kill these Overlords. They can't let BoldEgul get a critical mass of Hydras and barrel down this main. Again, still, I don't know if I just don't think Storm has been researched yet. A couple more cannons. The single cannon will be able to hold on the line for just a little bit longer, but BoldEgul plays this right. They will be able to deny, and this looks like it's going to be +1. No, they are not going to be able to deny that. It is finished. No way. Okay, +1 barely finished, right? Yeah, so +1 armor on the Protoss, barely finished. That was insanely close. And all the Hydras are going to continue storming through. Storm just now started, and I don't think BoldEgul has a way to defeat this at this point. I don't think earob has a way to defeat this at this point. He missed Storm. He's getting a Dark Templar. Now DTs can pull off magic, especially when the Corsairs run defense and clear the Overlords. But they have to kill this Overlord. The Hydras snipe them out. Okay, the Overlord falls, and now once the DT comes out, this attack will be stopped. I don't know if Overlord speed is finished. It looks like it is, which means that these reinforcing Overlords have to get caught by the Corsairs in order for this DT to actually work. Unfortunately, lurkers are now coming out. BoldEgul going to try to run, get a lot of these weakened lurker eggs canceled out by earob, and I think earob is actually going to hold for just a little bit longer. Once Storm is finished, he can pump out a couple more High Templar. He has 2 on the way, or two currently present with more on the way. And again, the Corsairs are just focused on getting rid of these Overlords. It doesn't look like any more. BoldEgul isn't sending any more yet, but they are gone. Now we just need to see where's the DT. I think it might have been picked off, and that is huge for BoldEgul. They will be able to just continue pushing. But, I mean, they're supply blocked right now. They have, like, more Hydras coming. And, I mean, it is just Storms coming in. Unfortunately, those Hydras, they are weakened. They will be able to morph into full health lurkers. The Robo is about to finish, which means that we are about to have Observers on the way. Again, still no more reinforcing Overlords here. So every single DT that comes out is a potential for earob to hold on to this game just a little bit longer. Yeah, still no Overlords on the way. But without any detection, the DT is not going to be able to take care of the lurkers that are burrowed, which is what is most important. And the lurker spawns, saving it. It was one swipe away from dying, but the DT will kill it. But unfortunately, if BoldEgul is able to pincer themselves in here, take out the expansion, there are some more cannons up, more cannons going up. Observatory is almost finished, and that'll allow the again, these Corsairs, if they can just keep denying the Overlords from coming out. I don't know. It is looking drastic for our Protoss hero here. And as the Overlord comes in, the DT will get sniped off, and it will be safe behind all of these Hydras. Oh. And that is the GG. Well played. BoldEgul busts the Protoss player. And you know what? Don't forget Storm. That's pretty important research. And with that, BoldEgul is going to take a really powerful game 1. Okay. Our next game is going to be BoldEgul versus Groose, which Well, it's a Zerg versus Zerg, which is, you know, the best matchup, and I love it. So we're gonna hop right into it. Let's switch our game screen over. Now, I was told things about this game, and those things that I were told are the reason why I am casting this group. So I am very much looking forward to this match. In the top right corner, we have Groose as the red Zerg player. And in the bottom left, we have BoldEgul as the yellow Zerg player, playing in the definitive best matchup in StarCraft Brood War. ZVZ, the most exciting, the most interactive, the most back and forth, the wildest. I just love this. It's great. You only build 3 units in it, but that's all you need for a good time. Groose scouting counterclockwise as you're supposed to. BoldEgul scouting diagonal with his Overlord. BoldEgul is okay, no, he isn't scouting directly up. He is just moving over, and then he's going to move down this way. Okay. I was about to say BoldEgul scouting diagonally, which is just the weirdest scout pattern. I don't think you're ever supposed to do that, but it would have worked out this game. Groose getting that 9 pool as fast as possible. BoldEgul seems to be doing an overpool. Believe that works out in BoldEgul's. No, he is going to be doing a 12 pool or 12 hatch. Either way, it looks like Groose got cheated out an extra drone there, just to get that little bit of extra efficiently. And it is going to be a 12 hatch in the main. So this is so 12 hatch normally, right, you want to get it on the expansion, but like obviously getting the expansion hatchery is very risky. And so it's like one of those like build order like counter things, right? Where if your opponent gets their hatchery early and in the natural, and you get your hatchery early in the main, your opponent's ahead. But if your opponent is like going hard on their one base play, getting your second hatchery in your main is a way better, it's an advantage to you because you'll have the extra larva and it won't be vulnerable to these 6 lings running across the map right now. Behind the first ling attack, Groose is going to get their own natural expansion. And BoldEgul is actually going for 3 hatch play. Now Groose doesn't know where BoldEgul's at, so the Zerglings are going to run over here, and they're going to basically be in the wrong place. And this is a really interesting movement here from the Overlord, kind of being like, hey, I might just be scouting from bottom left, but you want to make sure, right? And Groose does want to make sure, buying BoldEgul just a couple of more seconds. 4 Zerglings in production. I think we're going to be seeing an intense back and forth here with the extractor on the way. Groose is also getting their 3rd hatchery in their main there. And now the Zerglings are coming. Groose is now hitting on the natural base of BoldEgul, but BoldEgul's coming out. I don't know if he'll be able to save it, but he hops on top of the Zerglings, gets a bit of a lot of early attacks, but the reinforcements pincer the Zerglings. More Zerglings fighting. 1 more gets picked off. There's only now 4 versus like 8 or some shit. And now 1 more gets picked off. BoldEgul is hemorrhaging Zerglings to this attack, and it looks like Groose might just be able to deny this hatchery if BoldEgul does not like shape it up and get a really lucky pull. All right, yep, no, it's just not going to work out. He keeps trying to almost get good conclaves, but that hatchery is going to fall, and it's so close to finishing. It's going to have to be canceled though. No, it is going to have to be canceled, but it's not. With 2 Zerglings left, the reinforcements from BoldEgul are actually might just barely be able to save it. 2 more Zerglings are about to pop from this hatchery. 4 Zerglings here. The hatchery is going to fall. If these were just a couple of seconds sooner, this would have been the game, but it looks like finally the aggression is built up. But BoldEgul lost 300 minerals in the hatchery, while Groose has gotten up their 3 hatches. The only advantage here is BoldEgul does have a drone lead at the end of the day, and so they can kind of retake this hatchery, but it does hurt a lot. Meanwhile, BoldEgul is going ahead and getting that Zergling speed. Groose getting their Sunken Colony out, getting their Ling Conclave up, and both players are kind of just easing into a more of a two-base game here. I think BoldEgul might want to turn up the aggression as Zergling speed is coming up, but once you see like this kind of defense here from Groose, you really can't like bust that. And so I think BoldEgul is going to have to start mining gas again and try to get Spire up as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any drones mining gas, so this is going to be like the advantage that they could have had with the earlier extractor is kind of waning as Groose has their extractor up and can begin mining from it whenever they feel like it. A conclave is very different from a concave. Yeah, listen, when I get into watching Zerglings fight, I might be just adding in random consonants to my words here, okay? I'm very excited. Concave is when you know, you have a string of an army that can kind of wrap around the front army of your opponent. A conclave are the people who tried to execute Tassadar. So, all right. Yeah, both players are just going into. Okay, yeah, people are saying we'll be seeing more than 3 Zerg units, and both players are doing like the same thing. I don't know why. So Groose, I don't understand why Groose is getting an evolution chamber. I kind of get it for BoldEgul because BoldEgul is just going hard onto defending against Mutalisks, because he doesn't have the Overlord up in Groose's main, right? I'm not sure why BoldEgul brought their Overlord home rather than run it up. I think it's because they assume mutas are coming. But again, mutas aren't coming, and so there's a lot of spore colonies here that kind of means that BoldEgul gave up the drone lead. Groose getting +1 Carapace for his Lings. Still no lair from either player. Like, they're both playing as if they're on the back foot and their opponent is going Mutalisks, right? Like, you don't get Evolution Chamber when you're ahead. You get Evolution Chamber when you're behind, when your opponent is getting Mutalisks faster than you, and your Zergling all-in kind of didn't work. So it's a bit strange to see both players go into this tech, and oh, you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. See, and this is why BoldEgul needed to have just sent their Overlord up into Groose's main here, because even if it's killed by mutas, what? No, no, this is perfect. Oh my god. This is the greatest game of StarCraft ever played. Okay, some Zerglings get picked off there. Let me having a moment, okay? So Hydras are like interesting in ZVZ because Zerglings slaughter Hydralisks and Mutalisks kind of slaughter Hydralisks because Hydras do half damage to them. So it is like a situation where it's like, okay, what do the Hydralisks actually do? And the answer to that is that Hydras mass really, really well. Like, and they're really efficient supply-wise and, like, resource-wise. So, like, if you get a shitload of Hydras, they will melt through, like, an army of Zerglings, and they will melt through, like, Mutaflux, right? Now, obviously, they don't have the mobility of mutas, since mutas fly, and they can just go, like, zoop, and kill some drones and zoop out. But Hydras are a really good overall rounded unit. So like when you go Hydras, if you don't immediately die, you kind of like get into this weird position where your opponent also has to like go into something other than mass Zergling mute. Because like once you mass enough Hydras, the Hydra player can just kind of be like, hey, I can fight Zerglings and Mutalisks. Neat. What? Why? What? What? Burrow? In my ZVZ? Yeah. We take it. Oop, that's the wrong. Let's see. So +1 armor being upgraded by BoldEgul, but Groose already has it, and they're getting +1 attack. So supplies look pretty even. Groose has a slight drone lead, but BoldEgul going ahead and taking a third. Zerglings running out on the map scouting. See the Hydras coming out. Zerglings also, yeah, checking to see what the base is. I love the Zergling placement here from BoldEgul. Like, okay, think about it, right? That's 4 Zerglings. Subtract 4 Zerglings from this army, and it's the same army. It's just BoldEgul gets to have that same army, and oh, and they're fighting on the high ground. No, Groose! Get out of there! You can't do it. He runs away very smartly. But again, like, this Zergling is going to be able to deny this hatchery. Like, this drone, he's going to be like, come up here, and he's going to just immediately die. Or not immediately die. So it looks like Groose will be able to, like, take it. But now BoldEgul knows the exact... God, Brood War AI is something to behold. But now BoldEgul knows the exact, like, timing and positioning of the third that Groose is taking, right? No! 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 Oh my god! And now he has to bring these slow overlords over so that he can take a fucking third base. And I was about to be like, why are you getting Burrow? But this is why. Oh, and he doesn't even realize it yet. Oh my god. Oh, and the Zergling pops up to try and fight the... No! No, 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 no! Oh my god! The fucking micro. Okay, okay, wow, okay, he researched Overlord speed. That's kind of actually really good for him. So he will be able to take this third, but look how far behind it is from BoldEgul's third. Oh my god. Damn, why is Zerg just so fucking fun, dude? God damn. Alright, so we have the third base going up for Groose. Upgrades are coming up. We're getting lurkers. BoldEgul. So lurker research is just finishing for Groose, and while BoldEgul still has a couple of lurkers in production. So like they are a bit ahead tech-wise. I imagine we might see even go up the hive or something. Both of our players, like this is like two Terran players where like they were like, oh lol, race pick ZVZ, and then this is what we get. Except it's with Zerg, so it's much cooler and fun. Because instead of having to listen to Terran music, we get to listen to the Zerg music. Alright, so Overlord coming out to scout. I think, yeah, BoldEgul is going to try to come up here and deny this base, which I think might actually work because the lurkers are running away. They're going to have to run up the ramp. But in the meantime, BoldEgul can get their own lurkers. And we have lurker v lurker, but this huge army reinforcement here from Groose. Yeah, they are definitely going to want to try and target down this hatchery, but instead the lurkers are just going to hang out up here, take a bunch of free shots. Still no overlords on the way. I actually don't even know where Groose's overlords are, but we have a bunch of lurkers just set up. They get one lurker, they get a Hydra, and they're going to keep just being able to put the damage down. Yeah, I have no idea where Groose's overlords are at. Oh, they're all in the top corner of their base. Okay, Larva dies. That's important. Okay, Overlord finally comes, and now these lurkers are going to get cleaned up. Overlord here is going to get picked off by the Hydras. Oh, they accidentally targeted fire their own lurker. That would have been so embarrassing. Oh! Alright. Groose sending their Zerglings around the map just to scout. Both of these Zerglings are at an uncomfortable truce. They're like, hey, you better not expand here. Hey, you better not expand here, okay? And they're like, okay, you just stay over there. Better not expand over here. These are 2 great Zerglings. I love them. Alright, another little Hydra run by here. Picking off, ooh, they almost pick off a Lurker, but after a couple Hydras die, they shave away. Get a, ooh, wow, that Zergling is a trooper, but it does eventually die. But Groose is baited out into a much larger attack here from BoldEgul. A bunch of Overlords coming over to tank shots. What the hell am I winning? I love just the Overlords flying over each other. Yeah, okay, first Lurker dies, but the others do get burrowed, and unfortunately these few Overlords are out of position. And now BoldEgul's army is slowly getting melted by Groose's like superior reinforcements. I was gonna say more Zerg is on the way here for BoldEgul, but that is just a bunch of Overlords. And I think Groose might sense blood in the water and head for an attack. My god. It's just crazy to see the Overlord movement in ZVZ when you get this many Overlords. I feel like Zerg players don't actually know how to use Overlords in ZVZ, so they get them and they're just like, shit, I don't know, just move all of them around the map, fuck. Oh, this is fucking amazing. Alright, but more Hydras, more Lurkers setting up on the high ground here, so it looks like this third base will be contained. A Lurker run by was attempted with 7 Lurkers. But I think they might try to run up into the main, but there are like Overlords on tap to be able to fight this. Ooh, they're getting up on the ridge here. But unfortunately, like I said, there are... Oh, and that Zergling took a lot of Lurker spines that would have melted through these Hydras. And unfortunately, like, yeah, the angles of the spine shots actually aren't good. Like, the Hydras aren't taking as much damage as they should be. And now BoldEgul's army is dwindling. I mean, it's a 20 army supply in Hydra Lurker ZVZ. Groose has the slight lead in drone count. I believe our co-caster is back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks like I'm missing a bangin' ZVZ.
You're missing an absolutely banging ZVZ. We have drones, we have Lurkers, we have fucking Hydras. Alright, so the big attack up here from Groose. Unfortunately, Lurkers are just as good on high ground in ZVZ as they are in the other matchups. Ooh, Lurker tries to get an angle up here, but will die. Yeah. And now the supply is in BoldEgul's favor. Oh, Groose is trying to expand. The Zergling betrayed the other Zergling, and it is unfortunate, but I think a single Hydra won't be able to be enough to deny the hatchery from building, and that will just be enough time for Groose to get his units down into there. Hive about finished for Groose, just started for BoldEgul, so it will be like sort of moments. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, no. The Overlords were on hold position. The Overlords were on hold position. Oh, it's a slaughter.
You know what's funny is I don't even think...
That's what happened to the air support character.
They died to Hydra. The alternate timeline. They didn't leave. Hydra shot them down.
Oh my god. Alright, BoldEgul getting their mineral only, but the Hydras from BoldEgul are going to be able to defend from it. And that Hydra is insistent. How much damage? This hatchery, like, he's not defending. Okay, he is finally moving to defend it, but it's so close to dying. If that Zergling had been attacking it this whole time, it would be dead, unfortunately. It might still be dead, actually.
No, I think he might just... Oh, wait, there's a Zergling on it. Yeah.
50 HP. If that Zergling had been attacking it, it would be dead. Overlord Transport is being upgraded for Groose. We might be seeing Lurkers dropped into the mineral lines of the third and the main.
Also, today I learned, like, what one Hydralisk just, like, does as much damage as a hatchery heals.
That's important. To take forward, that's an important lesson to take forward in ZVZ.
So it sounds like you need to attack with 2 Hydras. That's the, or just, you know, some lings.
If any Zerg player in the chat can teach me how to make sure every ZVZ I play is like this, I will switch to Zerg from Protoss. Okay, base taken out. BoldEgul sets up Lurker. Oh, This is okay. It's 2 lurkers from Groose and 1 from BoldEgul up on here. Just, you can't tell the difference. Again, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And the Overlord's moving over, so the lurker is gonna be able to shoot the other lurkers. And the Hydras move in, they take it out, but there's no Overlord for Groose to be able to spot BoldEgul's lurker. What? I'm insane. This is crazy. This is an insane game.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And the burrowed ling is still preventing Groose. That burrowed ling from like 5 minutes into the game is once again the most important unit here. An Overlord is going to have to dispatch so that Groose can actually establish a 4th base. Or a 5th base, rather. Yeah, BoldEgul is actually behind here. Oh my god, both players are going into Hive, and we have it. The Greater Spire. So...
What upgrades are those upgrading right now?
We currently, Groose is upgrading +3 carapace, and BoldEgul is upgrading, I believe, 3-3. So BoldEgul is going to have a bit better upgrades. Again, they're going to deny this fucking 12 o'clock while they're getting the Greater Spire. So here's the thing. Guardians are actually fucking insane. Guardian Lurker is like an actually insane build like composition. Like, you pepper the Hydras, and the Hydras can't get under the Guardians because there's lurkers. Oh my god. 2 Scourge kill 1 Guardian. Okay, you know what? I don't care. We have Greater Spire. It's morphed, so we could be seeing Guardians. We could be seeing Devourers. It's crazy. We're getting into some absolute fucking nuts territory.
No, Kraazy's the Terran player.
You know what? Shit, you got me. But yeah, Groose is establishing another base. Oh my god, BoldEgul is just expanding wherever, and it's doing like the ZV T or P thing. And that is like you just expand in 2 places, and then your opponent can't deny both of them. Whereas Groose is getting the mineral only. This is a bit of an awkward situation. And Groose knows that this base is going up, right? It's just that there's so many lurkers on the high ground here. Groose has to drop up into the main. Are these guys carrying? Yeah, we have a big Hydra Dune drop here, and it should be able to get this 6 o'clock base. Meanwhile, Muta's
6 Overlords for the 6 o'clock.
6-6, but they're going towards the main. Oh, that's going to be a huge drop if their Hydras are going to be able to cut off the... Oh my god, they're going to be able to cut off the +3 and the Greater Spire. Mutalisks are up here, and they are harassing up here, but these Hydras are going to absolutely tear through everything in this main. BoldEgul
yeah,
is
if
going to
he
have to...
takes off the tech, that's huge.
Yeah, BoldEgul needs to, like, start rebuilding Spires, Queen's Nest, and Hydra Den at, like, their expansion before the Hive dies. Unfortunately, I think he's just giving up on the base, but he really needs to get these tech structures built somewhere else. Before the Hive finishes, and the Hive, it looks like it is going to die. BoldEgul completely seeding the bottom left corner, moved his drones out, and is instead going to be resetting up his base in the bottom right and try and take that angle. Yeah, Guardians are morphing in, and they're going to start laying siege to Groose's main here. Groose has Plague. He's getting consumed still, but yeah, these Guardians are... Yeah, Guardian Hydra Lurker, this mineral only is going to fall extremely quickly. A lot of these Guardians firing on the same drone, but you know what? That's okay because the DPS is actually crazy. That is 20 normal damage per shot at a pretty fast fire rate as well. The mineral only is going to fall. Groose doing a big transfer over to the bottom right mineral only. But, okay, Zergling in the mineral line. BoldEgul doesn't quite notice yet. He's busy trying to lay siege to Groose's main, but now Groose's main is going to fall. Scourge coming out, and yeah, I think that is when the Scourge are going to come into play here. Taking out the Guardians one by one, and unfortunately, that is going to put a hamper on BoldEgul's play here. Honestly, it looks like Groose is just getting into an amazing position. as the the mutas get aggroed onto the Hydralisks and they're gonna get torn apart as the Guardians are gonna continue tearing through Groose's main, but there's so much production here for Groose, and BoldEgul has just completely ceded all production. They don't have production structures anywhere. Their tech is dead, and they're just kind of like, they're dead in the water. Their base is denied, and if Groose can load up Hydras, drop up here into the main, I think that is going to be the game here. Yeah, another big drop here. Yeah, I mean, BoldEgul is just taking damage from all fronts, and Groose, the Hydra drops were insane. Taking out all of the tech here in the bottom left, and that is, I mean, that has to be it, right? He's even getting adrenal glands for his Zerglings.
Like, the one thing BoldEgul does have going for him, though, is, like, he might not have a huge drone count, but he still has a huge army. Like, he has significantly less drones, but
even
that means his army is still, yeah.
Right. And with the Lurker Egg on the high ground, that's going to make it really hard for the Hydras to actually drop up in here. But the Overlord is going to try to drop on top of the Lurkers as more Hydras are coming to reinforce. But the Lurkers of...
Oh no.
Is
the
that...
Hydras going right across the Lurkers?
The Hydras were moved on their own Lurker! That's the second time BoldEgul's Hydras have been moved onto a Lurker that BoldEgul controls. It's just this time, BoldEgul was not able to contain their bloodlust. What is going on? I feel like maybe, you know the campaign mission where one of the... You don't know, you haven't played the campaign. But you know the campaign mission where one of the fucking Cerebrits dies and all their Zerg like go rabid and you have to go kill them? I feel like that is what is happening with BoldEgul's army. They're just running around fucking slaughtering things mercilessly.
I mean, it is pretty hard to tell when all the Lurkers...
When all the burrowed Lurkers are exactly the same color. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much it in the game for Groose. They now have the supply lead, they have the worker lead, and they have the base lead coming up. I don't really think there's anything here that BoldEgul can do to get out of this situation, since I don't know if they still haven't made a lair, so they still aren't teched up. So that is a bit unfortunate. Once this base falls, that is the majority of production for BoldEgul, and that is going to be the game.
At least he... Oh, you know what? He could, like, kill his spawning pool again, because, like, the spawning pool is just right here. Like, he doesn't have another one either, I don't think.
It doesn't look like that. I'm not even sure where the Hydra Den is built, because he was building Hydras there. Alright. More Overlords falling, and BoldEgul is just getting picked off piecemeal all across the map. Only really 2 mining bases at this time. The harassment forces of BoldEgul is getting cleaned up. I think that is going to be our game here. BoldEgul holding on the off chance that the pure efficiency, the off chance that the pure efficiency of the Zerg is going to be able to bring him the victory, but the single Hydra doing an insane amount of work here, 3 kills on it, and it's just going to keep going.
I think you accidentally dragged the CPL thing down. Like...
Oh, I did. How did that happen? What? Okay, let me refix that.
Magic.
Magic.
Ghosts.
Ooh.
Character sabotage.
Character hacked my computer.
Yes. That's actually what I was doing at Tim Hortons. I mean, it looks like... Yeah.
I mean, it is just...
Things have calmed down.
Yeah, things have calmed down. I guess we're just waiting for Groose to max out in ZVZ.
I mean, here's the thing, though, is BoldEgul's getting his lair back up. And, like, the longer you just wait is the, like, more you give your opponent an opportunity to get back into the game. So, like... If
Yeah.
BoldEgul can hold out for long enough and like get his tech back up, like even the supply and like the drone counts are starting to look similar.
Yeah.
So
It really is just about being efficient. I mean, and BoldEgul just like cleaned up the low ground, which was the big thing. Ooh. Lurkers in Dark Swarm in ZVZ. So who had that on their bingo card? So what was that about drone counts being evened up?
well, they were for a second.
God.
Well, they weren't totally even, but they were like getting similar, and like even the supply count is still very similar. Like BoldEgul has less drones, so and a second ago he had even supply, which meant he had more army, but like
It looks like BoldEgul thinks that too. A lot of Hydras moving across the map here. They might be able to find a wedge.
maybe they'll be able to deny
Plague on Hydras! Plague on Hydra. It's ZV.
You know what?
I fucking love this
That's-
game. Bat. Okay.
Yeah, it ain't over till it's over. Like, I still think, like, BoldEgul still has a shot. Like, it might not be the best shot, but he's still got a shot. Like,
Yeah, I mean, now these with Hydras on high ground, they're kind of like getting a nice angle here.
he's taking a good trade here, too.
Yeah,
like,
they're trading very efficiently, but I mean, Groose is about to have adrenal lings, and you can just mass a bunch of lings, and there's the GG. Groose takes it in what is unambiguously the greatest ZVZ for CPL this season.
This season, it's like, all right, nothing's gonna top that. It's like,
Yeah.
we're done. We don't need to cast any more ZVZs.
Yeah.
That was the best one. No, the rest are all gonna be TVTs where someone's contained for 20 minutes.
Yep. All right. Now we're gonna load up our next game.
Which I will be in this time.
Our next game is going to be BoldEgul versus My Fleeting Dream. Yes, I do have this replay. Okay. In a TVZ. Game is up. That's the wrong splash screen. Okay, there we go. Wait, no, that's the, I'm going to the game. We might see more of that. I absolutely want to see more of that. Alright.
You know, next time we should just have a screen that's like a zoomed in shot of like tank shelling at something.
That could be pretty cool. Waiting for players.
Well, I tried to join. Wait. Yeah, I was lagging when joining the lobby joining the replay for some reason.
That is weird. But
In the top, right corner, in the orange trunks, playing Terran, it's My Fleeting Dream.
and in the bottom left corner, we have BoldEgul as the yellow Zerg. Yeah.
Scouting in the correct direction. By the
As
way,
you do. The correct direction. That is a smart overlord.
you know what's funny is as I said that, like the Overlord turned for like half a second,
Just be like, what are you saying about me?
like he was about to just like out of spite turn towards the other main.
Yeah, start heading towards the top left.
He's like, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Do it.
Don't make me do it.
All right, looks like we're gonna be having 9 pool. Yeah, 9 pool here from
Yep.
BoldEgul. So gonna be getting a little aggressive this game.
You think it'll be 9 pool speed or just like? Oh no, maybe. I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, it's gonna be 9 pool
Extractor.
speed.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Nope.
he did the drone trick and
9 pool drone trick.
so I guess he's just gonna get the Overlord.
Looks like it.
I guess the benefit of doing this is like you just get the extra drone faster before making the Overlord.
Yeah.
Does that give you that much of an advantage?
No.
Or
It's a style. I think it's like it's literally like one drone trip. Like it's 8 or 16 minerals of advantage.
huh?
Especially
Okay,
once
so
you
it's
factor in the cost to build the extractor and cancel the extractor. It's like it's a style thing. You might gain like a little bit of an advantage, but it's not like a serious thing.
But if you figure you like gain a trip or two, then why not do it, right?
Right.
But I
But
feel like you're gonna say but.
yeah, it's and again, I might be wrong. If a Zerg wants to correct me in our chat, they can. But my understanding is that the extractor trick is literally like an 8 or an as few as like an 8 mineral advantage or something like that. You don't actually
Gain much at all from it.
Yeah, it's essentially none. All right. Meanwhile, Fleeting Dream getting their basic Terran stuff up. Probably going to be gearing up for a Rax expand.
I mean, plus it delays the Overlord enough that, like, the spawning pool's already up, right? I wasn't paying full attention, but does that mean it just, like, delays your lings slightly, too?
Yeah, I think when you factor in everything, it's just like, it's a crapshoot, honestly. Like, you might get a couple of extra minerals, but you also have some other different delays, so...
So it doesn't really matter that much at all.
Yeah, like, I think if you watch, like, ASL Pro games and stuff like that, you don't see like you don't see the extractor trick every game. It just happens sometimes with certain builds where it's like, hey, we want this advantage over this other advantage.
Right. Third going down for the Zerg at the 6 o'clock. It's almost done.
The CPL thing got moved over again. Okay. Yep. Third finishes. And like behind all this, BoldEgul really hasn't gotten. I'm like he went 9 pool and then he didn't get a lot of Zerglings. And then he
Maybe
also
he just does it to be safe? I don't know.
Yeah, but it just feels like I don't know. It feels like economically something was thrown off here.
There's also a bit of a weird push heading across the map, but it changed direction because I think does he know? I guess he knows about the 6 o'clock.
He does have scanner sweep, so he might have scanned there before fully moving over.
Yeah,
and this is gonna deny this base, right? Like you can just target down the creep colony. Is that gonna be okay? It's a cancel, not a kill. And then
but then he gets a kill on a drone, though.
He does get the drone kill, which is unfortunate.
There is gonna be like 6 lings coming out, but like as long as he keeps the fire bat in front.
Yeah, you see the fire bat is on hold position. He's not letting it move up to go fight the hatchery because of the Zerglings popping out. A lot of damage being done on this hatchery. If he's able to get this, it'll be huge. Okay, Stim goes down there. Okay, but he needs to get that. Okay,
I think he can get this hatchery. Like, I think he just has to keep the fire bat in front, and like he's fine.
Hatchery's dead. He gets it.
Yeah.
I think BoldEgul might go for a counter pick, but again, there's 2 fire bats on the ramp here. This was a really great attack here from Fleeting Dream.
Yeah, at first I thought it was weird, but then it's like, oh, he actually scanned the 6 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, okay, so then this makes a lot more sense now.
Fleeting Dream going for Hydra Den. And it's like, okay, I can't kill your third, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm.
Also, he's got a drone here. You think he's just gonna retake it immediately?
Yeah, absolutely. Like he has to, right? Okay, scans going down. Let's see where they're. Oop, wrong.
When the Zerg eggs hatch and get out of the way.
Yeah, scan goes down in the main. Why do I keep clicking the same game? Yeah. So here's a second move out from BoldEgul. Yeah, that was huge. I think I'm not entirely. Alright, so I can move out my Fleeting Dream, rather.
I mean, Fleeting Dream, yeah.
So I'm not. I don't know. Again, I don't play Zerg, and so I'm not entirely sure what is going on with BoldEgul, but it just feels like that shouldn't have happened. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was just the result of being kind of greedy off of a 9 pool, or if like there was some other miscalculation here.
It's going for this big push into the natural. Like 2 Sunkens are going to be up. And
3 Sunkens,
yeah, I think
yeah, he can't take it.
Oh, I thought he was going to move in quicker, honestly, because he sat there for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he went in when there was 2, he definitely, I think he could have taken it. Like, because it's obviously you want a Sunken +1 for every medic, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because you want the medic healing the guy who is
taking the Sunken damage.
Yeah. So BoldEgul's on the prowl trying to find that 3rd base. Or Fleeting Dream, my gosh, is trying to take the base from trying to find BoldEgul's hidden base.
Does that mean he didn't scan the top left?
I don't think he did. I think this was like a scouting pattern from earlier. See, he scanned bottom right and he scanned middle here. And I'm not sure why he's moving bottom right now, because he already scanned and knows that there's no base here.
Maybe he just assumed that he took it like while he was taking the fight at the natural or something. Or
yeah, it's possible, but yeah, if BoldEgul is able to sneak this top left base, if BoldEgul is to sneak this top,
I don't
left
think
base,
so, because I think he's moving top left again, unless he just tries to attack into the natural again. But I don't think he would do that, especially when he's seeing the amount of Sunkens and like units at the natural.
Right. 2 lurkers.
Although these lurkers are gonna walk into these Marines.
Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Okay, yeah. So BoldEgul or Fleeting Dream absolutely knows BoldEgul has a base up here. God, lurkers are
They're
fast.
walking
What the
side
hell?
by side. Look.
Look how fast lurkers are. What
you know
the
what?
hell?
Nablime was right. Like I said earlier that like lurkers are like the wide walk unit, and he's like they would be if they weren't so fast. And oh my god, no.
He gets into the main though. I mean, he can pick off drones, but he's not going to be able to deny the space. I mean, as soon as these lurkers burrow,
they're gonna die to the lurkers.
Yeah.
See, I thought those 2 lurkers were totally just gonna get caught out and picked off by the Marines, like walking right next to them.
There definitely was the
they walk
opportunity
ahead of them. Yeah, I don't think either player noticed. And like until they got to the ramp.
Yeah. I mean, but behind this, unfortunately, I'm not sure where Fleeting Dreams, like, they have a couple of Marines up, but it feels like they lost most of their army. Tank is finally up, Siege Mode is researching, Science Facility and Vessels are done and on the way. So, we are getting into, I guess, what would be a regular TVZ.
I guess so. Although that was painful, just like watching the 2 lurkers walk past the entire army.
Oh yeah. If Fleeting Dream had noticed that, stemmed and got them, yeah.
Yeah, like they were like 1 stem and like possibly a scan if they like got burrowed in time away from just dying, like. And then there was only a 3rd lurker left over, which you probably could have gotten on top of.
Yeah.
And then this would be a whole different story, because he probably wouldn't have been able to defend the space. But it looks like Fleeting Dream is moving out again. He's even got a science vessel, which is leading the way.
Well, we should
always good.
And these are
have your science.
Ooh, we keep doing it. Okay, you say your thought, then I'll do mine.
Oh, it's always good to have your science vessels leading and not like your Marines and tanks leading in case like there's like lurkers out on the map or something. That way you can see them ahead of time before like you accidentally lose all your units, as long as you're paying attention. And Fleeting Dream knows this. That's why he's just keeping the vessel leading.
Scan goes down, so he knows that the Defiler Den isn't quite finished yet. And this is his opportunity to try and set up an attack on the natural expansion of BoldEgul. Tanks with siege mode leading forward. They're going to be able to start shelling. Yep, there we go. Gonna start
My
taking
question
out...
is Irradiate done? Or did it ever start?
It
Oh no, it just started.
just
As I asked
started.
the question, it
Yep.
just started.
But
he's got the
those were
tank,
2
so-
stacked lurkers. That's crazy. So this is like really BoldEgul has opened this up, right? More lurkers are gonna come in to try and set this up. Oh, the Scourge are gonna get the vessel.
Oh.
No. Yeah, Marines are gonna jump on, get the evolution chamber. Luckily, it wasn't evolving anything, but as the Sunkens fall, we have a Defiler out. If they target it down, it doesn't have the energy. It dies because of a bad rally, and they're gonna get on top of the natural. They might even be able to deny the +1 melee attack. Marines kill the lurkers. They're just a bit too far forward on the ramp, and now
Looking
BoldEgul
like
has
this
the
push is
GG.
gonna end the game. Yeah.
Yeah, really clean there from myfleetingdream.
With the exception of like the one bit where he was wandering around, but otherwise it was like, yeah, it was, yeah,
Great play.
great gameplay.
-1 for myfleetingdream. All right, our next game is going to be earob versus SOStoss, who, if they don't play, if it's not
earob, he's DLC.
Let me find. Okay, earob. This is going to be our PvP match for the group. And the game is up. All right. I need to be right back in 1 moment. We're gonna get this started in like 30 seconds. Hold on. What?
29. Yes, I'll be your entertainment for the next 20 seconds. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my lifetime guest. If you didn't like the entertainment, no refunds because this is free. Scimo, come back. I'm struggling here. It's cold and dark in the caster's den.
Alright. Okay.
You're back.
I'm back.
It's been 1,000 years.
It's been 1,000. There's a... I like accidentally got locked in something. It's like one of those things where like you go to the bathroom or something, and it's like it locks. It's like, what's going on? And then it's like it's been 30 seconds for me, but 1,000 years for the rest of the world. Let's get into this game. Yeah. earob versus SOStoss in a PvP that our
the
second
hyperbolic bathroom chamber.
The hyper. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So this is our second PvP of the day. I doubt we're going to. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm sure I believe these players are in like the really higher tier, so I'm sure that like they play very well and they're gonna execute a very nice PvP for us. But I don't think it's gonna be as magical as having the proxy gateway DT in the opponent's base that Champion provided.
You never know.
You never know.
It could happen to anyone.
It could happen to anyone. It could even happen to our top right position player as the Green Protoss, BSL 14 SOStoss.
And at the bottom,
Yep.
right corner, BSL 14 earob representing the pink Protoss. Or magenta, or whatever color it is.
Magenta.
Magenta, yeah.
SOStoss scouting on Pylon. So they are absolutely going to cheese. So both of these players are good enough so that to the point where like, no, he's getting a 10th probe. BSL earob is going to cheese, but SOStoss, no, wait, they're both getting. I'm confused. I'm putting my hopes and dreams into this cast. I don't know why.
You just really want to see the cheese.
Oh.
Watch him steal the. Wait, did he steal the gas?
He did not steal the gas. That was earob getting their gas up because they had slightly more minerals because SOStoss scouted on Pylon. I mean, we could still see a proxy Pylon. earob kind of like scouting up. Oh, and it is a 2-gate here from SOStoss. It's 10-12 gate, while earob is getting their assimilator.
Yeah, but earob's gonna scout it. He's probably gonna go. Oh, he canceled the assimilator last second.
Yep. So
and got a second gate.
Yeah, when you're a Protoss and you see 2-gate, one of the ways to defend it is getting your own 2-gate. It's a bit safe.
I mean,
because when you getting Dragoons, technically Dragoons can fight a bunch of Zealots because you can kite infinitely. But if SOStoss counter micros and gets the Zealots on top of the Dragoon, the Zealots will murder the shit out of it. So getting yeah.
I was gonna say, isn't another way to just get a few Zealots and then like get a get like a shield battery at the ramp?
But there's also the possibility that your opponent gets their own shield battery at your ramp. So yeah, you tend to see like the counter 2-gate, and earob here, they're rebuilding their assimilator and they're getting their Zealots up so they can put 3 Zealots on the ramp to fully shut this down. And you see, oh man, he's doing a great job with his probe staying in his opponent's base and seeing that like SOStoss isn't getting their assimilator. I would love to see a gas steal here. It's a really funny interaction when both players go 2-gate and then you gas steal, because the more aggressive player has to pull the Zealots back to kill the assimilator, or they just go all in. What is this? A proxy 3rd gateway from SOStoss. That's interesting. It will throw off earob's map. Oh my god.
Thing is, it's just
no matter pylon catches 3 probes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that is a huge pylon. That is a huge like pylon block. He has to pull a Zealot back to kill it. These probes are just going to be stuck. The pylon's going to finish, and SOStoss is going to try to bust up the ramp, but with 3 Zealots there set up, it will be impossible.
Before he just magically busts up the ramp anyway. Somehow.
Yeah, he kind of, unfortunately, okay, yeah, see, you can see they're both targeting down a single Zealot. earob, unfortunately, had a bit of a miss micro there and took a lot of unnecessary damage on one of his Zealots, so it was almost breakable, but luckily there's 2 gateways right here for them.
Gateway.
No, there's not. No, there's not!
Yeah, the 4th gateway.
What? How do you... Okay. So, okay, the pylon finally falls there, and that probe was getting in position to try and get the 2nd manor pylon. But I think finally, I don't think he's going to... And he does get the gas steal. So this is huge. So actually, if earob is able to hold the ramp, and now with the Dragoons out, he absolutely will be able to hold the ramp. I think maybe he might... Okay, yeah, the Zealots for SOStoss are following here, and he just needs to get his Zealots back onto the ramp, but his Zealots are dying, and he's not reinforcing with Dragoons. Unfortunately, yeah, the Zealots are getting up here, but
with the Goons out, all he needs to do is kite now, right?
Yes, and he can keep the Dragoon production, but 4 gateway Zealot is insane. He needs something else to defend this.
Well, here's the thing, is like, he can make enough Zealots at a time that, like, if he like bunches up enough of them and goes in a group, he can have like some of them attacking the Goons and like split up some to attack the probes.
Exactly, and this is why I think earob is going to kick himself like after this game, is because there's just going to be a surprising amount of Zealots showing up at his base, and he like, well, you know what?
No,
he's stabilized,
got 4
right?
Goons.
Yeah, he's stabilized. Like SOStoss can't put on the pressure. Okay. It was really dicey there for a second, but he handled it very cleanly. You can see, like, if this one really wounded Dragoon died, then this one would probably also fall. And SOStoss, he's filtering his Zealots in. He's not actually, like, clumping them together to make that sort of Zealot ball that can kind of chase the Dragoons and split off and kill the probes. He filtered them in one at a time, and so earob was able to stabilize, and he's going to be able to push out and probably expand. He's getting his robotics facility up, and see, nothing is being done about the assimilator in the main, so SOStoss just doesn't have anything.
The funny thing is, SOStoss never planned to take it to begin with. He threw down 4 gateways even before like the gas was stolen, as far as I remember.
Yeah, you see the Zealots
So,
got
like-
top of the Dragoons, thinning their numbers, and he really needs to just keep his Zealot production up. He needs to be able to keep putting this pressure on. He basically needs, if earob is able to do anything other than like build units and you're trading, earob will eventually win.
I mean, yeah, I think earob has this in the bag because he just keeps getting more and more goons out as like the same amount of zealots keep coming up the ramp.
Yeah.
Like all he needs to do is just kite with the goons. Like as soon as you got goons out, like in more numbers than zealots can come at you at, you've basically got it in the bag. So long as you just kite.
Yeah, and see, this is
And
the
don't
problem,
lose
right?
too many probes.
Yeah, like SOStoss has to send all these zealots in because he has to keep the pressure up. Because like earlier, oh my god, the wiggle micro on the, look how many wounded dragoons earob has. That's insane micro. So yeah, that's the big thing though, right? Oh, and he even had a dragoon killing the pylon that was supporting the 2 proxy gateways. What an absolute like masterclass of a PvP on how to deal with this kind of pressure. Again, oh, and here's the thing, right? You say that SOStoss wasn't even planning to get the assimilator, but taking the assimilator completely locks that opportunity off. Like, they can't even attempt to try and transition to doing like 4-gate goon. So I really like that. That is a sick play from earob.
Can you even afford 4-gate goon on one base? Maybe?
I feel like you should be able to because you can definitely do like 8 gates constant production on 2 bases.
Oh, okay then, yeah. That makes sense.
So
and usually the main base has like always has the efficient assimilator, so you should at least have the gas.
All right, earob is going to have 1-0 over SOStoss. And we're going to set up our next game, which should be Groose versus myfleetingdream.
If I recall, well, actually, I don't have to recall correctly. The scores are right there. Both Groose and myfleetingdream won their games. The games before.
So the thing though is, so we know that myfleetingdream can win a TVZ, but we don't know what Groose's position on ZVT is. Game is up, by the way. Let me switch our stream back over.
Oh, yeah, apparently I logged out. Why did I do that?
Why did you do that?
I don't even remember doing that. Alright, let's go.
Let's start it up.
Let's just hop right in.
Let's hop right in, too.
Yeah, let's just hop right in. I'll keep saying this for the next 10 minutes like I'm a YouTuber.
Well, guys...
Let's just hop right in. 10 minutes later, you actually get into the thing, like...
But first, a word from our sponsor. Raid Shadow... Alright, in the bottom right corner, as the white Zerg brood, we have Groose.
And in the top left corner, as the blue Terran, it's myfleetingdream.
Alright.
So, what are your thoughts on this Overlord?
Well, you see this Overlord is scouting in the correct direction. Of course, where the direction that all Overlords should scout on Polypoid, counterclockwise.
I disagree, because I base all of my decisions based off the result, and therefore you should just scout it upward.
Oh, okay. So you're... So wait, how do you base all of your decisions on a result on when there's random... when you have to make a random choice that could either be, like, correct or wrong?
Just make the right choice. It's not that.
Lol, just do the right choice, forehead.
Just scout in the right direction. It's not that hard.
Just Ardo Monkey.
Yeah, just know the answer.
Ardo
you know,
Monkey, just play the game better.
So it looks like Groose has done the extractor trick again with the 9 pool and the same overlord. So yeah,
It's probably just a style thing, which is, you know what? Go for it. Go off.
okay, but go off.
Alright, the SCV gets up into the main. And is going to immediately see 6 Zerglings pop, so this is going to be a very fast game coming out from Groose, or Groose wants it to be a very fast game. Oh, no,
I disagree. I think the main got down on the SCB. Anyway,
Well,
6 Zerglings heading out on the map.
Yeah, myfleetingdream
towards the Terran's base.
not have... My god, and they're just heading straight up. Like, Groose doesn't even scout it,
Oh.
but he's like, nope, there's no way you scouted me that fast if we were diagonal.
He's
okay.
pulling the SCVs,
Yep, there
which
we
is
go.
what he should do here.
The boys have been pulled, but Zerglings are really good. Oh, the repair micro, but the Zerglings get on top. They get on top of the Marines.
Oh, no.
The Marines fall, but SCVs are really bulky. Yeah, the Zerglings are going to have to kill the SCV so that the future Zerglings can get in, but I don't think there are any future Zerglings. Groose is just going to try and win with what he has, or make it so that myfleetingdream is hiccuped so severely that Groose can... The second step here from Groose is going to be the winning blow. And hatchery going up in the main, and we can see... Yeah, hatchery going up in the main.
This looks like 3 hatchling fled, right?
Yeah, it definitely does seem to be that. Ooh, the Zerglings! Oh, the Marine just barely makes it out. The SCV is doing great job body blocking, but again, that is a lot of SCVs who are not mining. Like,
Not a bad call, especially because he's like killed some of the Marines and he's forced the SCVs to not mine, like you pointed out. Like
11 SCVs were not mining for about like 30 seconds.
Yeah, and he needs he even needs more Marines. Like he's getting stim now, which it feels a bit quick considering he doesn't have a second Rax.
Yeah, Groose is getting up to... I think he's gonna try and do like a counter push, but at the same time, like I feel like Groose could just Ling Flood. It looks like that's not gonna be the direction he's going.
Yeah, especially since he's making the sunken.
Okay, the SCV,
which surprises
SCVs
me.
have so much health. Yeah, and instead he's getting... Well, I think he was about to get a lair, but he canceled it for some reason.
Maybe he wants to. Maybe he decided he wants to go Hydras. He's getting an Evo chamber, but he's got no.
Yeah.
Hydrogen down.
Okay, and he's going for Ling speed, but it feels like the timing for the Ling Flood is kind of gone. Groose is moving out with that same small task force that did so much damage to BoldEgul, but this time his opponent is playing much more defensively and carefully and isn't taking a risky third anywhere.
You say this, but he's only making drones and there's only one sunken. I think he sacrificed all his lings and he's not making any more lings at the moment.
Yeah,
but
really
it seems to be fine because Fleeting is just he's not actually Oh no! Now as I say that, okay, never mind. He stopped again. Make up your mind. Move out.
They're waiting for the air support.
Where's the air support? By the way, Lair finally going down, and Carapace being researched on the Evo chamber.
Okay.
And finally he's making lings.
And the scan sees that there is the lair just starting, and this is the trigger. myfleetingdream gonna try to come in.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for the second medic to pop.
Which is fair with 2 sunken colonies. So let's see if this attack actually works. Like, there's an opening here, but 8 lings are on the way. Okay, he's gonna try and come in. Stim. Yep, there it is. They're gonna try to pick off the lings. The lings get a great surround, but the firebat does a lot of extraneous damage, and the Marines kind of get a trade.
But it's enough they can't push into these sunkens. I mean, they
Yeah,
can't with the lings anyway, but...
Yeah, and Lurker aspect evolving for Groose.
Yeah, maybe he canceled his lair by accident, and then just didn't realize it right away. But +1 starting for Fleeting Dream. He's got his factory on the way. He's got his natural
Groose
up.
is picking off Marines.
Yeah, and he's heading straight for the natural, and there's like nothing here. There's no Marines in position. There's no bunker. There's nothing. Like he's gotta pull the boys and just. Oh no! And the Lings get on top of the Marines.
Yep.
It's a massacre.
It's a massacre.
I think this is just like this one Ling run by is just gonna like if it doesn't end the game, it's gonna do enough damage to like cripple the Terran for a while.
Yeah, I mean, myfleeting dream on 27 supply, Groose on 47 with a 7 drone lead. The Zerglings are going to get on top again, just keep killing Marines. It looks like the force that was out on the map also was killed by even more Lings that are coming in.
There's also like, there's 5 more Lings coming in. Yeah, like they could kill 4 more as SCVs. There's 1 goes down, 2 go down, 3 goes down, 4 goes down.
Yeah, Firebats pop from the barracks, but 1 is rallied and is picked off before it can do anything. And again, the SCVs have to get pulled to help. And the Firebat, like, it scares the Lings out, but again, Groose can just come back in. They have 3 lurkers on the way, and I mean, that has to be the game, right? Again.
Yeah, there's no way the Terran can recover from this, like... Even +1 will not save you.
Yeah.
What good is +1 when you have no Marines?
Mm-hmm. But it is dependent on Groose actually keeping the pressure up, right? Because they had the chance to win really early if they just Ling Flood and A moved over. And they were like, okay, no. And myfleeting dream was able to get like a position.
I think Groose is just gonna end it with like, there's 3 lurkers here. They're gonna get in position and like, everyth's gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
you
can't hold this natural.
Station. And
even if he can't go up the ramp, like this natural's done.
Oh, he can't go up. The thing is, he can't go up the ramp because there's nothing to detect these lurkers.
That is true, but like, he has to like.
Oh, and the Firebats move away. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just gonna start trying to poke up here.
Honestly, yeah, they can just go right up against the ledge, and then like, that's it. Like, you just move them forward like they're siege tanks.
Yeah, and again, the lurkers are gonna get on top of the barracks.
And the Lings are in the base. Yep, that's it. That's game.
Groose takes it. GGs are called. Alright.
Although, I think there was, like, an opportunity for, like, myfleeting dream to push when there was only 1 sunken and there was, like, no units. Mm-hmm. But I guess it's not like he could have known that, but I don't know.
Yeah, there definitely was an opportunity where something could have happened there, but unfortunately, sometimes you just make a decision and it doesn't work out. I mean, there's no way to know unless he actually did it, and he didn't. So that's going to be 1 point for Groose, winning their ZVT.
Groose?
Our next map is going to be Groose versus SOStoss.
You mean oh wait, no, yeah, Groose, right? Sorry.
Yeah, they just did the myfleeting game. So Groose versus SOStoss in a PVZ.
Groose.
Oh, I already started the. Oh my god, I was just like on autopilot. Let me reset this. Oh my god.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, we have the game. It's reloaded now. Go ahead and hop in.
Well, now it can't be as good. I mean, if the Matrix Reloaded is any indication.
Oh no. This really is the Matrix Reloaded 2001 of StarCraft cast.
Yeah. When character shows up, that's basically what it is.
That's essentially the same vibe as Matrix Reloaded, is when character is helping cast games. Alright, in the bottom right corner, our Protoss hero, we have SOStoss.
And in the bottom left corner, scouting in the objectively correct direction, in the blue, playing Zerg, it's Groose. And of course, it's not the correct direction because
Why isn't it the correct
'cause it's-
direction? He's gonna scout his opponent.
no, I'm saying it's not the correct direction because it's the correct direction. It's the correct direction because it's the right direction.
It's the correct direction and also the correct direction. Right, SOStoss laying down their pylon, scouting on pylon.
I disagree and also agree, but also I
Yes.
disagree just to disagree.
My God,
You get me?
the pure contrarian character. It's like, you know what? Why can't you go like 9 necks, PVZ?
I don't know. Why can't you?
I don't know.
Although it looks like he's gonna go Forge,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
probably Nexus as soon as he can afford it.
Yep. Unfortunately, his probe is not going to find the Zerg base, and Groose is doing their extractor trick, like 9 pool or over pool. Like, no, it's a 9 pool because the Overlord is after it.
Yeah.
So their
Yeah,
extractor
he
trick
goes
9
9 pool, and then he does the extractor trick, and goes 10 out of 9, and then makes the OV.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, so I wouldn't be. I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cannon first because SOStoss doesn't have vision on what his opponent is doing, and you just have to be careful against like extremely fast Zergling builds.
I still find it weird how, like, he curves the OV up and then goes back down. I feel like, doesn't that just make it take longer to scout your opponent than going in a straight line?
Yeah, and also it means that SOStoss knows that Groose scouted him because for the briefest of moments the Overlord was in the Forge's vision. Whereas if you just scout straight across, you'll see the Forge like around here, and then you can put the Overlord right here, and then your opponent doesn't know that you scouted them. I guess until they like move around or something. But yeah, 6 Zerglings running across the map. We only have the gateway is coming up, but we only have a single cannon, and there's no probe moving over to fill in the gaps here. So these Zerglings should actually be able to get on top of the cannon. This is going to be absolutely terrible for SOStoss, who is 2-gating at the.
Do 6 Zerglings beat a cannon, though?
Yes. Yeah.
Just barely. One
Well, now-
one ling left over, but I guess that's now I know.
Yeah, that's all you need. Unfortunately, again, like it's just so weird because Groose is having these early Zergling attacks that are doing really well. And if there were another 6 Zerglings behind this, Groose would win the game, right? But he's instead going for like this macro stuff. And I'm just like, okay, I guess.
Well, I mean, he has a plan and he's sticking to it, right?
Absolutely, but this could have been a 1 game.
But it's not like he knows that before the lings actually get there. Like, he probably had it's like making the 6 lings and pressuring the natural is probably just part of the plan. And then he plans to like, because if he all ins on lings and like the Protoss defends, doesn't that like
Right, but he has like
you don't
the extra minerals. Like he could have gone like instead of 6 lings, you get like 10, and then that way
Right.
you have 5 Zerglings left over when they kill the cannon.
that is true.
Yeah.
But he is making the 3rd hatch, but every time I think it's a ling flood with the 3rd hatch, he doesn't. Wait a second. Wait. Hold on. When did this proxy get up?
I said it earlier. SOStoss is
Oh.
proxying double gateway zealot here, and I have no idea like what this is. So Groose is getting a sunken colony in their expansion, so I think they're like playing the exact same game as they played versus
But you know what? I
myfleetingdream.
guess
Yeah.
you know I'm not good at paying attention.
Yeah.
Got
But
it.
yeah, the probe gets
need-
in, gets the full scout. He's gonna see 4 hatch before lair. He sees gas mining, but he can't be quite sure where that is at for his opponent. And I think we might see like speed and lair at the same time. But yeah, that is a lot of zealots coming out now. But with 2 sunken colonies, I think they will be able to hold. SOStoss is going all in. He might just be able to walk right up the ramp, but the Zerglings and the drones are doing a great job of gumming them up. But the opening has been made, and 3 zealots. 2 zealots get up in the main, 1 more gets caught. There's nothing up here to defend. 2 pairs of Zerglings are on the way, and just more zealots are filtering through. I think, okay, a lot of drones are gonna get picked off by this. Yeah. A Zealot with half health can do a lot to some drones. But he's going to walk into the mineral line and probably die without any other kills. I was not able to see. 3 more Zealots walk up into the main as the Zerglings were busy, and they're going to start tearing through the Lings. 1 more Zealot lives, and I think he gets 1 more drone. 1 more drone. He doesn't. Groose played this extremely well, and now SOStoss just has a huge mineral bank. He finally gets his expansion, but I think that SOStoss is going to do something here with his money. He's finally getting his assimilator up, but Groose is getting into Hydralisks, so this could turn into a Hydra bust. I think SOStoss realizes that and puts up the photon cannons.
Do you think this was worth it for the Protoss? My gut
absolutely
says
not.
I was gonna say my gut says I don't think so, because you know Zerg Zerg is generally behind on drones. So if the Zerg is even on drones, you're in a bad position.
Yeah. Well, it really is. If Groose catches these 2 gateways, it's absolutely terrible.
Especially if he gets the gateways. But it's like, even if he doesn't get the gateways, if he makes stuff out of the gateways, like, how is he gonna defend his base?
Yeah. I mean, I think the way we can think about this is that Groose played really greedily by getting, like, these 4 hatches in his main, and then, like, SOStoss didn't really sufficiently punish it.
For sure.
Yeah. Right, the Zergling's gonna chase this probe over to the top right corner.
It's like, you can't make a nexus over here.
And
You need a
9
permit.
drones coming up from Groose. Their drone count is gonna rocket up to 28, and then later 32. And with the Hydra upgrades on the way, we're gonna see like a 4-hatch Hydra build come up. And again.
Yeah, but I mean, even if he can just stop making drones right here, right, and just like mass Hydras and probably just bust down the entire Protoss's not even just bust down the Protoss's base, like he's like busts down the Protoss's self-esteem and everything.
Yeah, that Zergling is so close to scouting these 2 gateways because he's just chasing this probe around. But I think the 2 Zealots are going to show up and kill it. But no, this other Zergling is going to see it. And I mean, really, that is a free, 400 minerals that Groose can just deny from his opponent, right? You see all the Zerglings are mobilized to go and kill it. And if those gateways die, SOStoss loses so much of their, so much of their invested infrastructure. And this is why this is super risky when it doesn't work out.
Yep, Lings are gonna kill it now.
Yeah, this is kind of why I stopped doing center 9-9 against Zerg, because the gateways out on the map feel so exposed that just doing 10-12 or just building it in your main is just probably safer.
Much safer.
Yeah, and essentially the same thing. See, they canceled they killed the pylon, 2 unpowered gateways free to kill. Corsair, the first Corsair is out, and the Citadel of Adun is finishing up. But I mean, Hydras are already here. If Groose
right, I'm gonna make a bet. I bet this Corsair flies into a bunch of Hydras and dies.
Nope. The Corsair. Well, you know what? It could still happen.
I mean,
he is gonna pick off some Overlords first, though.
Maybe not immediately, but I feel like it's after it kills this Overlord, it goes towards the main or the natural, and then a bunch of Hydras kill it.
Yeah, Groose actually, he's not even putting on any pressure. He's just going to establish a 3rd base.
Oh, nope.
Nope. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there was only 2 Hydras. If 4 popped, you might have been able to get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like he's just gearing up for the Hydra bust, which seems like it'll definitely work, especially since there's only 3 cannons and all he has to defend are Zealots. Like, he's got... This is an entire control group. There's, like, half a control group at home. Well, 3/4 of control group.
Yeah, and so they're gonna hit right before Storm finishes. It doesn't look like... Yeah, 2 High Templar in production. I think the Hydras, if they dive, they might be able to get the Forge before +1 finishes, and that would be a huge pick-off for SOStoss. I think they really... this is like the kind of situation where I think people have started building like Forges in their main as soon as they see this come up. Oh man, this is so close. And it is going to... Okay, they cancel +1, so they don't have to like lose the money for it, and the Forge goes up in the main. But that is a lot of Hydras, and Storm isn't quite finished yet. I don't even think the High Templar have the energy. Yeah, 67 on both of them, and I mean, this is just the dive, right?
Yeah, this should just be able to end the game, I think.
The Zealots are doing... Actually, the Zealots are doing a great job of, like, body blocking for the cannons, but Naz, that last Zealot falls.
Unless he gets a Storm up. Oh, that's a big Storm.
Huge Storms going down, and the DTs show up with no Overlord defenses, even en route. So, SOStoss will be able to hold on, and these DTs are going to start
Hydras. Those Hydras are in the wrong place at the wrong time. But he's coming over with reinforcements and an Overlord.
Yeah, so these Zealots are going to melt. But again, that is mostly Zergling. Okay, no, there's the rest of the Hydras. Okay, I see where the army's at. And Groose has to get there before these... the Corsairs are hitting the Overlord. If they can get it, that is going to be huge. But again, these cannons...
Another thing of note, there's like no more High Templar, and not all the cannons are up yet. There's only an Archon.
Yep, and he's hopping on top of it, but...
Oh, that Overlord is...
The DT's still alive. The Overlord is falling.
Also, that Overlord was in a dicey spot. Like, it was going right over the cannons.
Yeah, I mean, this is really great play from both. Like, insane hold here from SOStoss. Like, managing to stay alive. If Groose was just a bit faster, or if SOStoss was just a bit further out of position, this would have been a clear Zerg win.
How much is Storm again? 75?
75 energy. So I think...
Okay, so these High Templar are just about to have enough for another Storm. Like, if another wave comes in, he might be able to hold with a couple of good Storms.
They've completed their very long reload animation and are ready to get some sick MLG headshots on these Hydralisks.
Plus, if these Hydras sit here for long enough, like, these other 2 High Templar are, like, gonna have enough for Storms as well. Like... They're already at 60 energy.
Like, I feel like Groose needs to just keep on the pressure and keep diving in and hitting. If not, like, they might settle for a contain. There are 2 lurkers in production out here. So yeah, we're gonna see a transition into a lurker contain.
I think at this point he has to contain, because I think the Storms are gonna be too much if he tries to dive in again.
Yeah. And if you set up lurkers, it forces SOStoss. They have to get their observers out, which they already have en route, and they have to get Dragoons with range, which we can see they are also already working towards. 2 Dragoons in production. Range hasn't started yet, but it will soon. And we can see that our Protoss player is getting +1 armor instead of +1 attack. That can kind of help versus Hydralisks a whole lot.
Yeah, and while the bust may not have, like, and while SOS has held, and, like, the bust hasn't killed him, like, Groose is still in a pretty dominant position. He's got the Lurker contain outside his base, he's got more drones, he's got, like, his upgrades on the way, and he's even got the, like, 3 Overlords to make sure, like, no DTs, like, shenanigans suddenly sneak up on him.
Yeah, you can see, like SOStoss is, like, really all cramped up on his base, trying to move out. A Dragoon derps away and is sacrificed for the greater good. I just also want to take a quick note that I love the
Zerglings all over the map? Yeah.
Absolutely love to see it.
Nothing gets past Groose. Like, if like a base was going to be snuck out on the map, you would see it.
Yeah. Map awareness and, like, knowing what is going on in the game is basically like having cheat codes enabled. You have such a huge advantage over your opponent. The Hydras are trying to snipe out the observer, but as they're moving forward. They still have a lot of storms are being wasted on these hydras, and he needs to save them for being able to hit lurker clumps. And I think Groose, yeah, I don't think the High Templar have enough. A nice storm there, gets a lot of hydras on the lurker, but the storms are wearing thin. Another amazing storm, actually. That one, not so much, but yeah, we can see actually that isn't even all of SOS's army, but he has to be very careful. These hydras get on top of the High Templar. It is going to be very bad. I think we have not quite a storm there, but a lot of units are getting shaved off by from the Protoss army. I think we're gonna see another big attempt at a
and I think the
here,
most important thing right now is the High Templar count,
which is 1.
And
actually
also,
2.
this High Templar, I was gonna say, this that barely survived is about to have another storm up too.
Yeah, that is huge again. Yeah.
But that being said, he's not making any more High Templar, and he's only got these 2 that have just used their storms.
Yeah, and I think he still doesn't have Dragoon range, and he's getting a lot of Zealots. So this is something I think is like a bad habit that every Protoss player has, which is,
gotta bust out, gotta bust out, gotta bust out.
Gotta bust out, gotta bust out, gotta bust out, just sending these waves until trying to break out, and it's like, oh, I just lost all my units, just build nothing but Zealots, and it's
Another
like,
big storm, though.
What happened to all my Dragoons? He traded a High Templar for it, and that is not worth it. Like, you lose all these Dragoons, and you're like, oh, I need to refresh my Zealot count, and then all of a sudden you have nothing but Zealots against an entire wall of Lurkers. So I think, yeah, and the High Templar count has dwindled, but he really doesn't have the gas to make a whole bunch more, which is why keeping those High Templar alive is so important. You really don't want to morph them into an Archon unless, like, it is an absolute, like, last-ditch effort to save them.
Okay. I think he's gonna deliver the killing blow now, like, because, like, he moved a bunch, like, the Protoss moved a bunch of his army in, and, like, there's no High Templar. If he went, like, right now, I think he could just end it.
Yeah. Adrenal glands, Groose. Meantime, during all of this, Groose is not forgetting in macro. They got their Hive up, they're getting Ultralisk Cavern, they're getting Adrenal Glands, while SOStoss is still stuck in mid-game, in attempt at mid-game Protoss. And once those Adrenal Links come out, it is going to be, like, game over for Protoss players.
I mean, yeah, he's just keeping him contained, and he's getting more ahead. Every trade, even if he doesn't trade the most efficiently, is good for Groose, because he's got the map, and he's got the production, and he certainly has the bank. But, yeah, like, every trade is, like, just gets better and better for Groose, because he'll just get more ahead every time he trades.
Yeah, I mean, and see, you can even, he's finally moving the Lurkers up towards, like, to start, like, really moving the Contain up to right outside the cannon range. Zergling Adrenal Glands is finished, so all of these Zerglings are now, like, monsters.
Yeah, so scratch what I said about, like, him jumping on this, because obviously that's, like, bit of a riskier play if it doesn't work, but he doesn't need to. He just has to hold the Contain.
Yeah, I think he's
Vision of the entire map. Nice lag.
Oh no, Groose activated the lag switch.
Unplayable. Yeah, blame lag. Blame lag when you're losing, and it's just like...
Yeah, that's yeah, I mean, listen, when your opponent has 6 lags outside of your base, it can be really hard.
Listen, nice lag, bro.
Bro. Alright, let's
Man, what is this, 1998?
Okay, that was our game. Groose played a really good game. Those contains, okay, to be fair, those types of contains are extremely tilting, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, whenever you get contained, it's very hard to, like, break out, like, regardless of the matchup, like, whether it's ZVP or if it's, like, TVT especially. You know all about that. You're an expert in that.
Yeah. Because every second it just feels like, oh, like, you know you're losing when you're contained, and so it just kicks in, like, this feeling of desperation, and then the desperation makes it so that you're just throwing units into bad trades, and then the bad trades makes it even worse. And so by the end of it, you're just like, wow, this was just a terrible game. My opponent was lagging, Smurf, GG, wow, nice race
lag,
to
bro.
Soggy.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go into
Tasagi.
Tasagi. It's a ZVP. It's called Tasagi on him. All right, our last game is actually going to be a TVP, because it is going to be myfleetingdream versus SOStoss. I think, if I'm not forgetting what was just on my overlay. Let's hop right into it.
We had a TVP at all today? Oh wait, yeah, we had ColdWarpgates versus Arcade.
Yes, the recall.
Yeah.
Oh man, we've had a couple of good matches today. These were good groups. In the top right corner, we have SOStoss.
And in the bottom right corner, in the pink, representing the Terran, it's myfleetingdream. Also, I wanted to point out that these are the same TVP positions as earlier.
Oh.
Where Arcade was in the bottom right and ColdWarpgates was in the top right.
So we could be seeing listen.
We could be seeing two arbiters come in. One arbiter like tanks for the other arbiter.
Recall
and then
into
when less
GG.
than, yeah, and then when less than a control group of units comes into the main, GG.
Alright, myfleetingdream getting ready to set up their anti-zealot wall. SOStoss scouting on pylon. This is just, I feel like maybe that's just something they do.
Probably shouldn't be so hard on Arcade, but maybe if I like say it enough throughout the cast, he won't leave when one arbiter gets a recall in his main. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Well, see, that's why every single cast where it's like an extended long thing, I'm like, okay, we're sitting here for like 5 extra minutes because you won't leave the game, but this is better than you seeing a recall in your main and GGing immediately. So you know what? Well, it's fine. That's why I like when those games happen, I always make sure to say like that a player
Correct.
doing that is better than a player leaving early.
Yeah.
Because a player leaving late is just kind of annoying for the caster, but a player leaving early is a potential like a game where you misread the situation and you could have actually won there, because misreading the situation is so easy in Brood War because none of us are omniscient beings yet.
Yet. None of us have ascended yet.
Listen, I want to leave that. We're leaving that option open. So SOStoss getting their kind of tucking their probe out on the base. The Zealot immediately walking over, but it looks like they are going into
Is he making
regular...
a proxy pylon?
He might. So there's two ways this can go. Proxy. This could either be a proxy pylon or a spotter pylon for drops later in the game.
I think this is most likely a spotter pylon. Did he already scout the Terran? I mean, he's got the Zealot coming toward his base.
He did already
so
scout the Terran, yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is most likely a spotter pylon.
Yeah, so the Zealot walking over, this is huge. It shouldn't do that much damage, but it is annoying for the Terran player. Oh my god, and that is some great micro there on the SCVs. Unfortunately, he messes up quite a little bit. See, that's one of those situations where sometimes microing your units, oh my god. Sometimes microing your units does more harm than good, but the Zealot gets into the main, but will get like cleaned up here by the SCV, or by the Marine and SCVs.
It's a proxy citadel, actually, and I was gonna say...
myfleetingdream knows what's going on. Yeah, like he has an SCV in the main, and even getting the +1 air weapons to fake him out. That's crazy.
And I was going to say that maybe not, because so far all I've seen SOStoss do is be aggressive. So after I said it was the spotter pylon, I was like, wait, it's SOStoss. He hasn't done anything not cheesy yet, or like really aggressive.
Right, but again, like the SCV is still in the main, and there isn't anything
it
else.
Looks fishy. Like there's...
Yeah, and they're getting
this
mines.
Looks fishy.
So mines is like one of the ways that Terran can deal with DTs. It's a lot riskier than just getting an academy.
Oh no!
No way. No way.
You didn't get to see
No
it.
way.
But
That's
but
crazy.
The fact,
That's
here's
so
the thing,
crazy.
though. Here's the thing, though. The fact that he went to go check up there, like, means he knows something's up. Like,
I think he was
can't be
just trying to
100%.
run from the Dragoon. I don't think it was an attempt at scout. Because see, the SCV's coming back in, and he does get in, and he still sees that SOStoss doesn't have anything. But myfleetingdream is doing like a one-fact push,
Still.
and he's not even. He's expanding behind this. All he has to defend DTs are mines on vultures. But if he tries to be aggressive and take this, like, I mean, is this even like possible for myfleetingdream to like break? I guess it is with all these marines and a tank, but like
Until the DT shows up, because he's got no detection.
Right.
Like, the moment the DT shows up, he just has to turn around.
this is an insane gamble here from SOStoss, and he was like seconds, like literal like microseconds away from like being found out.
Although, he could just get in the mineral line and like kill a few probes, but
Okay,
right, there's
yep,
mines. There's mines out.
Yeah, so the mines are out, and the vulture. Okay, so if myfleetingdream can get, so he knows the DTs are here, and the DTs are having to be used defensively.
Oh.
myfleetingdream has
This
to tech
mine
into.
placement though is good. The mine placement is good.
Oh, and he gets the DT without the splash damage going on. Okay, but
Yeah.
okay, there was only one mine there, and the DTs are still doing it. SOStoss has been completely driven off of minerals here, but the vulture is trapped behind the mineral line, so the DT will be able to finish it off. We are on pure DTs. Three dragoons are coming out. Behind this, myfleetingdream really hasn't kept up their macro. It looks like a DT attempted to run in and was killed by spider mines, and it looks like this next one is also going to fall as well. But I mean,
can I just appreciate like that mine placement that happened where like the top is blocked by the pylon, so like he blocked the DT from being able to get to the vulture by just putting the mines out in front of the minerals.
Yeah.
And then having the vulture behind the minerals.
All right, so myfleetingdream has seen where the proxy is at, and so now he knows his target. But again, he's just pure building vultures for mines. His engineering bay, and academy are up, so he can get his turret for detection. But there's currently a DT in the natural mineral line. He's losing all his SCVs. He needs to just abandon this, let it go, and then get a comsat station so that he can clear these. Okay. Yep. Okay, mines take him out. Yeah, this is huge. myfleetingdream is in a great position right now, but SOStoss, I mean, they've been taking gambles left and right, and they might be able to take a gamble and take this game with the right just surprise, right? They're probably going to go into a Reaver drop afterwards, and if they keep catching myfleetingdream by surprise, it might just be able to, like, sneak a victory out.
Maybe. I mean, so far, SOStoss's gambles have not been working out. But here, it hasn't turned out too bad for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not as great as it could have been, but it's definitely not unplayable.
Right. I think really the big point is that myfleetingdream, like, has a target, right? He knows where he has to attack to, like, really disable SOStoss's, like, tech. Because once he gets, like, honestly, even once you get like enough vultures and you have scans backing them up, you could just run up here, snipe the pylons, and then any DTs that come up to defend, you can lay mines on the ramp to stop the dragoons. There's a lot of places that myfleetingdream has to go from here, but it does just kind of look like they're letting SOStoss get away with it. They're not punishing. SOStoss is getting their expansion up. Vulture speed on the way. I don't know, like a six SCV lead is all right, but I think considering how the game went this week, or how the game has gone so far, it could have been better. Real quick in the chat, someone asked when the real CPL season is starting. So usually after the preseason, so after today, there's about a week off. And then on Sunday of next week, or on the weekend of next week, they do the big team announcement, and then they do a another week where they go, okay, here's your teams, make your team discords or get in contact with everybody, and then the week after that is when the season starts. Alright, so observers coming out for Fleeting Dream, heading straight over, or is coming out for SOStoss, heading straight over into the main of Fleeting Dream. They might get caught by the missile turret, and it looks like it is. Unfortunately, that is going to be a dead observer. Yeah, just barely. And yeah, my Fleeting Dream is going to move out on out on the map and start laying down mines. A great point there from Light Swarm. The week before the season officially starts, there is the King of the...
Oh yeah, King of the Tiers.
Yeah. Which is sort of like, yeah, see these tanks are moving up to start taking out this proxy here. No, so it isn't actually going to be like a robo or a drop here. Yeah.
You know, it'd be interesting is if the tanks killing this triggers the goons to come to the mines laid here.
I mean, right? I think SOStoss knows that there's mines out because they did move an observer. I think they're just giving up on their tech up here. So they're gonna have to rebuild their citadel, and see they're rebuilding the Templar archives in their main before they my Fleeting Dream kills it. That's super smart. That's gonna let them get +2 much quicker. They might not care about the citadel right now, since the tech of the Templar archives is what's important.
I mean, you still can move out the goons and like snipe the spider mines.
Here we go.
If you do it right.
Yep, so only one of the spider mines actually triggered, but the tanks are going... SOStoss is going to get completely supply blocked here. Mines are being laid, but there is an observer with the army, so SOStoss is still feeling pretty good. And again, once again, they're going to need more pylons because they lost their entire little nook there. But with the Templar Archives coming up, they won't have lost... Actually, the Templar Archives was finished, so they didn't really lose that much tech. Meanwhile, back at my Fleeting Dreams base, I mean, they're just getting their factories up. They're getting ready to take their mineral only. I don't see any armories up quite yet, so their upgrades are going to be pretty far behind. And we see the Arbiter Tribunal coming from... yeah, see, so they had to make sure they had that Templar Archive so they could get their Arbiters out. So we could be seeing some recalls coming out here from my Fleeting Dream, or from SOStoss, because those are deadly in this position.
But we have this big push coming out from the Terran. There's like 10 tanks here.
Yeah,
actually.
10 tanks, more tanks than Dragoons, and a lot of Vultures. This is a huge push, and if it triggers off correctly, like, this is a game-ending push. But the tanks aren't sieged up, they're just normal attacking. And the Terran, SOStoss just gets on top of him. I have no idea.
Mines take out some of the tanks, though.
Okay,
but
yeah, it feels like my
tanks to just shove through.
Yeah, I mean, there is just enough tanks. Like, tanks, even unsieged, do okay versus Dragoons, but, I mean, I don't know what happened in this fight. He was clearly microing. Does he just not have siege mode? This was a throw?
Wait, but he's still repairing on some of the tanks. Now he sieges up.
Now he sieges up. Like, we have a lot of Vultures coming up to defend, but okay, and he's getting...
There's a lot of Zealots coming out, though.
Yeah, he's building the missile turret so that any future, like, DTs coming out... Oh, man, and the mines pulled, but the Zealots are going to get killed. The Arbiter is just on the way, but with the missile turret coming out, it is going to, like, stop DTs and save the detection from the Arbiter. And I mean, this is just huge, right? Like,
yeah, this has got to be GG. There's no way he can like break out of this contain.
Yeah. Oh, the mine drags almost happened, but that cleared all of the mines. But as the Vultures are reinforcing, he really just needs to kill his own mines here. They're more of a liability than anything else. See, he was trying to dive on top of the missile turret, but the DTs get picked off as they come in. SOStoss.
You're not a liability if you get lucky and the drag doesn't successful.
Better lucky than good. My Fleeting Dream takes the game over SOStoss. And let us go back to our screen here. And so that is our score for the day. A lot of great games were played. And that's the stream, I guess. Let me get our score in. Hold on, let me do this one. All right. So, where we seem to go off, let's see who is the victor of each of their individual groups. Group 7, actually, we got a win. We had 3 players play games for Group 7, and all 3 players got a win. Actually, nope, sorry. Champion won both of their games, so Champion is
Peru almost got a win, but then the proxy, like, going unnoticed was painful.
Yeah. So, yeah, Champion finishes Group 7. Group 27, let's see, so I believe Tarpman, yeah, with 3 wins, Tarpman takes all of Group 27, or is the undisputed victor of Group 27. And in Group 36, let's see, BoldEgul won once, Groose won 3 times, myfleetingdream won twice. So it looks like just barely Groose takes Group 36, and myfleetingdream in a close second with 2 wins. Okay. And now is the time where we go.
Goodbye, farewell, it's time to say goodnight.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Please be sure to keep tuning into these CPL casts. They're great to do. Match of the week is probably Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not sure. I don't think they've made any announcement about that, but thank you for playing in the CPL. You can do some other stuff. I'm trying to think what I need to shill right now here at the end of the cast. Oh, if you're watching, one of the things that really helps CPL out is that as you are watching the games, when these like great moments happen, it really helps out a lot of the CPL staff if you make clips and post them in the CPL clips Discord, that Discord channel. It helps them make hype videos. It helps them make like sort of compilations of stuff. And so like it really just helps them know, like when there's a lot of really hype moments across all of CPL, it helps them really be able to find the best ones and to make these like seasonal hype videos going into like the start of the season and the finals. So yeah, that really is something that helps the whole thing out a lot. Especially because like it gives them more content to upload to the YouTube channel, and it'd be really cool to have like weekly highlights or something. I don't fucking know. Anyways,
yeah. If you see a really hype moment, just remember to say, "Mom, get the camera."
Yeah, and then clip it. All right, it looks like BSL 14 is happening right now. So thank you so much for watching CPL instead of the the actual like pro players and stuff. So I think we're just gonna go raid them. So if you're ready for more StarCraft action, that is how we're gonna end our stream. ZZZ Eero PL. Anything you want to say before we end the stream, character?
I wish I could think of something. How about just thinking about tomorrow? Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be StarCraft. I don't know.
There will still be StarCraft. I don't know if there's any CPL streams tomorrow, but keep your eye out for the match of the weeks. And again, thanks so much for watching, and go watch BSL now. Bye.
Bye.